Female Liaozhai, produced by Liang Gu. Volume 1, Envying of Emperor Yi. Anonymous History. Emperor Yao married the Fu Yi family and gave birth to 9 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son, Jianming, died early and was not established. The second son, Zhu Ao, was ruthlessly charming. Emperor Yao was sad. Let Huji release the elixir. Yao reigned for 70 years, but he abdicated because of his desire to be virtuous. The ministers raised the blind man's son. The father is stubborn, the mother is arrogant, and the elephant is arrogant, but he can be harmonious and filial. Yao wanted to try it, and his wife, Ahuang and Nuying, watched Zhu's punishment. Ji pretended to be married to the north of Guishui River. She was given the title of Shun's wife and lived in the Yu family's home. When Shun Shang met the emperor's nephew ate in the second room and became the guest and host. Where he lived, he became a city in 2 years and Chengdu in 3 years. Rice and grass are transformed into virtue. Yi Huang and Envying both practiced women's ways. The parents made Shun finish his marriage and donate his rank. Gusa burned his house, and suddenly there was a ladder to heaven. He ordered the well to be dredged, and Shun came out through a side hole. But Xiang didn't know it, and said happily, Mogedu Jun appreciates my achievements. Parents of cattle and sheep, parents of barns. Fighting, I, Qin, I. Gong Di, I am. Seeing a Huang and vying, he said, second sister-in-law can cure me. Xiang went to Shun's palace, and Shun was playing the 5-stringed harp on the bed. Xiang was ashamed and said, You Tao Sijuan. Shun said, I am a humble minister, and you are here to rule me. When Emperor Yao heard about it, he regarded Shun as a wise man. Want to meditate? Shun Ju took photos for 28 years. Yao died, and Shun was succeeded by Wen Zhu, who became the Yu family. Bei played the harp and composed the poem Southern Wind. His poem said, The fragrance of the south wind can relieve the anger of our people. When the south wind comes, it will come true. It can enrich our people's wealth. Huang Yi and Nuying succeeded in regulating the Yin religion, and the world was in great peace. At that time, Qin Yun saw that the Queen Mother of the West came to court and presented a white-ringed jade piece. Xishan's tribute bow was lost, and Xuandu offered precious jade. Shun reigned for 60 years for a while. Zijuan was unworthy and was granted the title of Shang Jun Zhen is located in Yu. In another 10 or 7 years, Shun was on a hunting tour in the south and died in the wilderness of Zhongdi. When he was 111 years old, Emperor Yi in vying recalled Emperor Shun's great virtues. Their tears stained the Xiang bamboos and stained them. Because he used the piano to compose the song, Kangwu Resentment, it has a high-pitched ancient rhyme and is as beautiful as Yu Shao. The so-called smoke from the south wind can relieve the sadness, and the fear of the blue sky can be used to write about the worried person. Jiang Yuan, Historical Records, Zhou Benji, Jiang Yuan, the Empress of Emperor Yan. There is a daughter of the Tai family named Jiang, whose name is Wan. She was Emperor Ku Yuan's concubine and the mother of Ho Ji. When Jiang Yuan went out into the wild, she saw the sign of a giant. She felt happy and wanted to trample on it, but her body moved as if she were pregnant. She thought it was unlucky to have a son while she was living there, so she abandoned her in a narrow alley. The horses and cattle that passed by were not trampled, and they were relocated in the forest. When there were many people in the forest, they moved them and abandoned them on the ice in the canal. The birds covered them with their wings. Ginger. He thought he was a god, so he adopted him. At first I wanted to abandon it, so I called it abandonment. Abandoned as a child. Standing tall like a giant. Its game is to plant beautiful trees. When he reaches adulthood, he becomes a farmer. The land is suitable for him, and those who are suitable for grain will do the work, and the people will follow the rules. When Emperor Yao heard about it, he promoted him to be a farmer, and the world benefited from it, which was a meritorious service. Emperor Shun said, "Abandon it." The people of Li began to be hungry, and then Ji sown hundreds of grains. Feng was abandoned in Tai, and his name was Huji, and his surname was Ji. The rise of Huji was marked by order and virtue during the Tao, Tang, Yu, and Xia periods. According to ancient times, the emperor offered sacrifices to heaven in the suburbs, so why should he be named Xian? The ritual is to mark the solstice of the black bird and worship it with Tai Lao. The emperor went there in person, and then led the 9 concubines to follow him. Ginger at that time? Going out to worship the suburbs? Seeing the sign of a grown-up, he covered his thumb, and then he felt as if he was humane. He was born and abandoned every year, and he was the originator of farming. His theory is quite miraculous, and many people in later generations have doubts about it. Su Shi said, "Everything that is different from ordinary things takes a lot of the energy from heaven and earth, so its birth may be different. The birth of unicorns is different from that of cattle and sheep, and the birth of snakes and dragons is different from that of fish and turtles. Things are natural. The life of gods and humans is different from that of humans. How strange. That's it." Hongxian, Gan's ballad. Hongxian is from the Qingyi family of Shui Song, the governor of Luzhou, who is good at playing Wanxian and knows the classics and history. Song sent him to take charge of the writing table and named it Neji Office. At that time, there was a big banquet in the army. Hongxian said to Song, "The sound of the jie drum is quite sad. Whoever adjusts its sound must have something wrong." Song also knew the rhythm of Shao and said, "It's just like what you said." He called him and asked him. He said, "A certain wife died last night. Don't dare to ask for leave." Song was sent back quickly. After arriving in Germany, the 2 rivers were not at peace. When he first arrived, he recruited rebel troops and took Fuyang as the town. He ordered Song to stick to it and control Shandong. After killing and wounding, the military mansion was built. The imperial court sent a Song girl to marry Tian Qingxi, the military envoy of Weibo, and he married Ling Huzhang, the military envoy of Huazhou. The 3 towns were married to each other, and people and envoys came and went frequently. However, Tian Qingxi suffered from heat and poisonous wind, which became more severe in summer. He said every day, "If I move to Shandong and enjoy the cold weather, I can save my life for several years." Those who were 10 times more brave among the army were recruited to get 3,000 men. They were called homeboys and were generously supported. 300 men were often ordered to stay in the state's residence at night, and they would choose a good day to annex Liaozhou. When Song heard about it, he was depressed day and night, talking to himself aggressively, and had no idea. The night is about to pass, the camp gate is closed, and the staff is used to clear the court, but the red thread is left. Hong Xian said, "Since the first month, the Lord has not neglected to sleep and eat. He wants to belong to someone. Isn't he a neighbor?" Song said, "The matter is about safety." "I can't believe it." Hong Xian said, "Although a certain person is of low quality, there is still someone who can relieve the Lord's worries." Song Nai told the story in detail, saying, "I inherited the legacy of my grandfather and received great favor from the country. Once I lose my territory, I will be exhausted after hundreds of years of service." Hong Xian said, "Heir. It's not enough for the Lord to worry about it, so he begs to release someone to Wei County to see the situation and see if he has any." Today's first update is the first journey, and the third update can be resumed. Please order a walking horse first, as well as a greeting letter, and the rest will be waiting for someone to return. Song Do was shocked and said, "I don't know that you are a stranger, and I am in the dark. However, if things don't work out, it will lead to disaster. What can you do?" Hong Xian said, "A certain trip will always help. She is in the boudoir, decorated with her belongings. She has a black hairdo, a gold phoenix hairpin, a purple embroidered short robe, and light shoes tied with green silk. He wears a dragon script dagger on his chest and the name of the god Tai written on his forehead." I bowed again and suddenly disappeared. Song Nai returned and closed his door, sitting in danger with a candle on his back. He usually drinks no more than a few drinks, but he holds a glass of wine for more than 10 days at night without getting drunk. Suddenly I heard the wind singing in the morning corner, and a leaf fell. Startled and looked up, the red line returned. Song was delighted and expressed his condolences. "Are things harmonious?" He said, "I dare not insult my life." He asked again, "Can I kill him without hurting him?" He said, "No, I just took the gold from the bedside as a letter." "The red thread," he said, 3/4 before a certain night, I arrived at Wei County. After passing through several doors, he reached his sleeping quarters. I heard that the otaku outside the house was sleeping in the corridor, making thunderous sounds. I saw the soldiers walking in the courtyard and calling for the wind. Someone sent it to his left door and reached his sleeping tent. The father-in-law of Tian's family stopped in the tent and slept soundly. The head pillow is Wensi. The bun is wrapped in a yellow chest, and a 7-star sword is exposed in front of the pillow. A golden seal is opened in front of the sword. Inside, there is a scholar's body armor and the name of the Baidu god. Famous incense and precious treasures are scattered on it. Showing off the majesty of the jade tent, but looking forward to it, I dreamed of sleeping in the orchid hall. Unaware that his life hangs on his hands. It is better to work hard and escape, it will only benefit the injury. At that time, the light of the candles is condensed, the incense is simmering, the servants are everywhere, and the weapons are everywhere. Some are snoring when their heads touch the screen, or some are holding a towel to spread their arms while sleeping. Someone pulled out his hairpin and tied his undergarment, as if he was sick or fainting, but they were not all intact. Then he returned with the gold together. After leaving the west gate of Wei City, we were about to walk 200 miles when we saw the bronze platform raised high, the Zhang River flowing eastward, the roosters roaming wild in the morning, and the slanting moon in the woods. Worry turns to joy. Suddenly forget about the service, perceive the rewards and virtues, and look up to the expectations in the heart. Therefore, at 3 o'clock in the night, I traveled more than 700 miles back and forth, entering a dangerous country, passing through 5 or 6 cities in the hope of alleviating my worries, and dared to speak of my suffering. Song Nai sent an envoy to inherit the letter and said, "Last night, a guest came from Wei Zhong and said, I got a gold medal from the marshal's bedside. I dare not stay, but I am willing to accept it." The special envoy Xingqi arrived in the middle of the night. Seeing that Jinhe was surrounded by people, the whole army was worried and suspicious. The envoy used his horse to knock on the door to ask for an untimely visit. Qingxi came out suddenly and gave him gold and gold. When he flattered him, he was shocked and fell down. Then the envoy stayed in the house and had a private banquet. Many of them gave him gifts. Tomorrow he sent the envoy to bring 30,000 pieces of silk and 200 famous horses. He called these things and dedicated them to song, saying, "The leader of a certain person is tied to personal favors. It's easy to learn from one's past and make a new start, and it won't cause any further harm to Yi's family. He is dedicated to giving instructions and dares to discuss marriage. The servant should serve the carriage behind him, and whip the horse in front when he comes. The servant number should be set up to prevent others from stealing. Nor is it a different picture. Now he takes off his armor and clothes and releases him into the fields. Within 1 or 2 months, people from Hebei and Hunan arrived, and Hongxian resigned. Song said, 'You were born in my family, and now you want to go there? And it depends on your strength. How can it be discussed and implemented?' Redline said, 'A certain man in his previous life traveled around the world, read books on magical pesticides, and saved people from disasters. There was a pregnant woman who suddenly suffered from a poisonous disease. Someone drank some Jenqua wine and the woman and her 2 sons died. He killed 3 people in one move, and his own force was punished. She was demoted to a female servant, so she lived in a lowly position and was a traitor. Fortunately, she was born into a public family, and she is 19 years old. The body is disgusted with luo qi, the mouth is poor and sweet, and the favor and treatment are increased, and the honor is also achieved. Kuang's country is built to the extreme, and its celebration has no boundaries. This generation goes against the law of heaven. Eliminate all troubles. I went away county yesterday to repay my kindness. Protecting the city in 2 places, saving the lives of thousands of people, making the rebellious ministers no fear, and the martyrs making plans, the merits of a certain woman are not small. It can certainly atone for her previous sins, return her to herself, and then escape into the dust. Dwelling outside the heart, clearing the air, life and death will last forever. Song said, otherwise, I will leave you 1,000 gold coins to live in the mountains. Hongxian said, it's related to the afterlife, can you plan ahead? Song knew that he could not stay, so he sent a farewell party, gathered all the guests, and had a night banquet in the hall. Song used a song to send red wine and invite the guests to the cold morning sun. The poem said, I pick up water chestnuts and sing a song to complain about the Mulan boat. I send the guests' souls away from the Baiqi Tower. It's better to bathe the concubine and go away in the mist, and the blue sky is boundless and the water flows empty. The song. After all, song is extremely sad. The red thread returns and weeps. Because he left the table drunk, he died where he was. Shishir Jingdans, Wuyu Chun Xiu, the king of Yu said to the official Zhong, I heard that the king of Wu was lewd and lustful, confused and indifferent, and did not take charge of political affairs. Is it okay to make plans because of this? Zhong said, it can be broken. My husband, the king of Wu, is lewd and lascivious. If the prime minister likes it or not, he will try to seduce his heart and offer beautiful women, but he will definitely accept it. Wei Wang chose 2 beauties and entered. The king of Yu said, good. The envoy to the prime minister found a daughter from Zuluoshan who was wearing a salary, named Shishir and Jingdan. Decorated with luobois, taught to walk gracefully, practiced in Tucheng, and present in the alleys of the capital. After 3 years of school service, he presented his face to Wu. Then he sent Prime Minister Guiyuan to come in and said, King Go Jian of Yu has 2 daughters. The Chu state is forcing them and they dare not keep them. I would like to envoy Li to offer them to them. Your Majesty, you don't want me to sleep in a humble way, but I am willing to accept it and use it as a dustpan. The king of Wu was very happy and said, the 2 girls from Yu are the proof that Go Jian is loyal to Wu. Zixu remonstrated, no. Don't accept it, the king. I heard that the 5 colors make people blind. The 5 tones make people deaf. In the past, Jia was destroyed by Yi Tang, and King Wen of Zhou died. If the king accepts this, there will be disaster later. I heard that the Yu dynasty's letter was not tired, and it was recited all night long, and tens of thousands of people dared to die were gathered together. If this person does not die, he will definitely get his wish. The king of Yu is honest and benevolent, listens to advice and promotes virtuous people. If this person does not die, he will surely become famous. The king of Yu is covered with fur in the summer and wears a sash in the winter. If this person is not to die, there will be a gap. I heard that wise men are the treasure of the country, and beautiful women are the fault of the country. When the Xia dynasty died, I was happy with my sister, and when the Yin dynasty died, I was happy with my sister. Zhou died to praise Si. The king of Wu refused to listen, so he accepted his daughter, and the country died. According to Wu Dg, 100 miles south of Jiaxing County, there is Yu'er Pavilion. Go Jian ordered Fan Li to take Shi as an offering to his husband, and Shi passed by Fan Li on the road. He arrived in Wu only 3 years later and gave birth to a son. At this pavilion, his son was able to speak at the age of 1, so he was named Erding. Yu Jueshu says, after Shi's death from Wu, he returned to Fan Li and traveled to the 5 lakes together. According to Shenhuanji Kailan magazine, Shi's body has a strange fragrance. Every time he took a bath, the palace people fought for the water, collected it in poppy jars, and sprinkled pine branches on the curtains, filling the room with fragrance. If the poppy urn has accumulated for a long time, there will be turbid dregs at the bottom, which will condense like ointment. The palace people will take it and dry it in the sun. The fragrance will exceed the water, which is called sinking water. Make a brocade bag to hold it and wear it on your precious socks. There are dense fragrant trees in Jiaozhi. If the water sinks, it is called sinking water. Hence the borrowed name. Zhuo Wenjun, Historical Records Biography of Sima Xiangru. Sima Xiangru was a native of Chengdu, Chu County, with the courtesy name Changqing. With his qualifications as a gentleman, he serves as a filial piety to Jing Lian, and as a regular attendant on the martial arts cavalry. He was exempted from illness and traveled to Liang. King Shao of Liang asked all the students to ask about his residence, and he wrote the Ode to Zishu. When King Shao of Hui Liang died, he returned home, but his family was poor and he could not start his own business. Su and Linxiong ordered Wang Ji to get along well with each other. As before, Shidu Pavilion. Linxiong ordered Miao to be respectful, and he went to court as usual. The rich man Zhuo Wang's son in Linxiong summoned him and Jing Zhaoling. When the order arrived, Zhuo's guests numbered in the hundreds. Changqing is ill and cannot go. Linxiong ordered him to welcome Xiangru. When they were drunk, Linxiong ordered him to play the qin before saying, "I heard that Changqing likes it, and I would like to entertain myself." Changqing said goodbye and played the drum again and again. At that time, King Zhuo's grandson had a daughter, Wenjun, who was newly widowed and had a good voice, so her appearance was similar to that of Miao and Ling. And pick it with your heart. When Xiangru was in Linxiong, he was riding in a chariot, looking very graceful, leisurely, and elegant. He was drinking Zhuo's family and playing the piano. Wenjun secretly peeked from the door and liked it, but he was afraid that it was inappropriate. After that, Xiangru was generously gifted to Wenjun and his attendants were attentive and diligent. Wenjun died at night and ran to Xiangru. Xiangru and he galloped back to Chengdu. The house is surrounded by walls. Zhuo Wang's son was furious and said, "I can't bear to kill a girl who has no talent, even if I don't pay a penny." People may call Wang's son, but Wang's son never listens. Wenjun was unhappy for a long time and said, "The emperor is like Linxiong. He borrows money from his younger brother Kuan and is still able to make a living. Why should he suffer like this?" Xiangru went to Linxiong with him, sold all his carriages and horses, bought a wine house to drink wine, and ordered Wenjun to serve as a stove. The washing utensils are in the market. Zhuo Wang and his grandson heard about it and were ashamed of it, so they refused to leave the house. The dukes of Kundi even said to Wang's son, "We have 1 man and 2 women, and what we lack is not wealth." Now Wenjun has lost his virginity to Sima Chongqing. Because of the long Qing dynasty, he is tired of traveling, so although he is poor, they are talented enough to rely on, and they also attract guests, so why should they humiliate each other like this? Zhuo Wang's son had no choice but to give Wenjun hundreds of children, millions of money, and the clothes, quilts, and property when he got married. Wenjun returned to Chengdu with Xiangru, bought a land and house, and became a rich man. He stayed there for a long time. Yang Dai, a native of Shu, serves as the dog prisoner and serves as his attendant. The emperor read Zishu Fu, and was good at it. He said proudly, "Sima Xiangru, a native of the city, wrote this poem for me." The emperor summoned Xiangru and Xiangru asked him to write a poem for the emperor's hunting trip. After finishing the poem and playing it, the emperor thought he was a good man. Tang Menglu passed through Yelang because he had access to the southwesterny road. Qiong. When the emperor heard that Nani was connected with the Han dynasty and received many rewards, he was willing to become his concubine and invite officials. The emperor worshipped Xiangru as Zhonglang general and established festivals to envoys. Passed on to Shu. The prefect of Shu went down to the suburbs to greet him, and the county magistrate carried a crossbow to lead the way. So Zhuo Wangsun sighed, thinking that he had his maid, Sima Chongqing, late. Wang Chang's book of the later Han biographies of the Xiongnu, in the early days, during the reign of Emperor Yuan. The son of a good family was selected to join Yiting. At that time, Hu Hengxi came to court, and the emperor gave him 5 maids. Zhao Juan's palace was several years old, and he could not see the emperor. He was filled with sorrow and resentment, so he asked Yiting to order him to do it. Hu Hengxi was about to bid farewell to the assembly, and the emperor summoned 5 daughters to show him. Zhao Jun is rich and beautiful, and the Han palace is bright. When Gu Jingpei returns, he moves around. The emperor was shocked and wanted to keep him, but it was difficult to break his promise, so he broke up with the Xiongnu. Give birth to 2 sons. When Hu Hengxi died, a descendant of the Yan family was established in his place and wanted a wife. Zhao Jun wrote a letter asking for his return. Emperor Cheng ordered to follow Hu Su, and he was reinstated as the Ho Shanyu Yan clan. According to miscellaneous notes of Shijing, since Emperor Yuan had many harems, he could not see them for a long time. He asked painters to draw pictures and call them according to the pictures. Everyone in the palace bribed painters, as many as 100,000. Those who are less will not be reduced by 50,000. Du Wangqiang refused, so he could not see her. When the Xiongnu entered the dynasty, they asked for a beautiful woman to be named Yan, so they went to Zhao Jun according to the plan. When I went to summon him, I was the first in appearance in the harem. Good at dealing with others and behaving in a leisurely and elegant manner. The emperor regretted it. And the name and registration have been decided. The emperor trusted in foreign countries, so he no longer changed people. It was a serious case, and all the painters abandoned the market, and their family members had a fortune of tens of millions. According to Zhuang Luji, Ming Fei was born in Zigui. He lives near the water and washes his hands in the stream. The stream is full of fragrance and is now called Xiangxi. According to Zhou Jilin's The Biography of Female Heroes, Zhao Jun, named Chang, was from Fujian. During the reign of Emperor Yuan dynasty, a son of a good family was elected to Yeting. The Xiongnu Chanyu went to court to ask for a beautiful woman to be named Yan, and the emperor gave her a palace maid. Zhao Jun had been in the palace for several years, but he had not been able to see the emperor. He was filled with sorrow and resentment, so he asked Yiting to order him to act. Shan Yu was about to bid farewell to the meeting, and the emperor summoned his daughter to express his wishes. Zhao Jun is rich and beautiful, and the Han Palace is bright. Guing wandered around, moving around. The emperor was shocked when he saw it. I wanted to keep it, but it was difficult to change it, so I went with the Xiongnu. Zhao Jun wore military uniform, rode on horseback, picked up a pipa and left the fortress. Shui Yaoying, Du Yang Zabian, Shui Yaoying, the favorite concubine of the Yuan dynasty, was good at poetry and calligraphy, good at singing and dancing, and had an immortal appearance and jade quality. Light skin scent. Although the swirling waves shake the light, flying swallows and green beads cannot pass through. Yaoying's mother, Zhao Wan, was also the beloved concubine of King Benki. Later, she became the wife of Shui family and gave birth to Yaoying. And the young eat it with fragrance, so their skin is fragrant. And Zai Na is Ji. A tent of gold silk, a mattress of dust. The mattress comes from the Guli kingdom, and is made of the hair of an animal from the dust. Its color is bright and fresh, and its light is extremely soft. A piece of dragon gauze clothing can't be filled even if you wear it. If you fight it, it won't be enough to hold it in your hand. It is said that Yaoying has a light body. It is too heavy to wear, so it is not a foreign country to seek the right clothes. Only Jia Ji and Yang Gongnan were friendly with Zai, so they often saw singing and dancing. Jin sent a poem and said, "The bot is timid when dancing, the clothes are heavy, and the peach-shaped face is bright when smiling suspiciously." Only then did we know that Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty built a false shelter from the wind. Gongnan also wrote a long song of praise, which goes like this: the goddess in the sky is dancing on the snowy surface, and the phoenix and one wings are about to fly away. The jade hairpin and precious green steps are dust-free, and the chu waist is like a willow in spring. Yao Ying is good at being clever and charming. Confused, lazy in common affairs. Yao Ying's father was Zongban, and her brother was Chongyi. They were in and out of Zhao Wan to bribe her, and they were named joints. They were also close friends with Shu Qian, the chief official of Zhongshu. However, those who reported the matter to me would not hesitate to do so. People all over the world seek high official positions with treasures, relying on their power, and refer to Shui and Zhua as matchmakers. When Zaifu was executed, Yao Ying became a slut wife. The commentator thinks that the mourning order in Yuan dynasty led to the worship of fame, which was caused by a woman. Beauty moves people. Don't be afraid. Sui Feng, Shi Jiluan loved his maid named Sui Feng, and she got it from Hu Zhong at the end of the Wei dynasty. When he is 10 years old, he is raised in the house. By the time he reaches the age of 15, his appearance is unparalleled, and his beauty is especially seen in his posture. Wonderful farewell to the sound of jade, clever observation of gold. The wealth of the Shi family is comparable to that of the Wang family. They are arrogant and extravagant in the world, and the treasures are strange. They look like rubble and are accumulated like dung. They are all obtained from different places and foreign countries, and no one can identify their origins. It makes Sui Feng different from his voice and appearance. Know where it is. Speaking of the West and North, the sound of jade is heavy and gentle in nature, and those who admire it will benefit people's soul. In the East and South, the sound of jade is light and clean, and its nature is cool, and those who admire it will benefit people's spirit. Shi's servants are thousands of beautiful people. Sui Feng is best at love with words. Shi Chongchang said, 100 years from now, I will point to the day and take you as my martyrdom. He replied, it is better to love and die and be separated than to have no love. If I have to be a martyrdom, how can I die? So me saw it. Pet. Chong often selects 10 people with similar appearance, and decorates their clothes in the same size so that they are ignored and indistinguishable. They always serve beside them. Let the jade be mixed with the wind to pay the workers, and it will be a pendant for the inverted dragon, and the gold will be the hairpin of the phoenix crown, and the carved jade will be the power of the inverted dragon. The gold hairpin is cast like the crown of the Phoenix Emperor. The knotted sleeves are danced around the couplets, day and night, which is called constant dance. If you want to be summoned, don't call your name, just listen to the voice and look at the color of the hairpin. The one with the soft jade sound is in the front, and the one with the golden color is in the back. It is thought that the people are advancing in order. Make dozens of people smell different fragrances, walk and talk and laugh, and their breath will rise from the wind. And the fragrance of the crumbs sinks into the water like dust, and the cloth is like a bed, so that the beloved can trample on it, and those who leave no trace are given true pearls? Those who have traces will restrict their diet, which will make them weak. Therefore, they joked with each other in the boudoir and said, you are not thin and light-bodied. How can you get 100 real pearls? When Sui Feng is 30 years old, those who are in the best years will be jealous of it and compete to destroy it. Shi Chong accepted Sun Run's words and immediately retired Sui Feng and became the elder of the house, leaving the main group with a small number of people. He wrote a 5-character poem out of resentment and said, who is not beautiful in the spring blossoms? They are hurt when the autumn falls. The sudden smoke is still low, and it is unexpected to retreat. The guifang only beetles itself, and the love is lost in the ame. Sit down and rest when you see the fragrance, haggard and empty. This was a piece of music that was sung together in Shi's room, and it only stopped at the end of the Jin dynasty. Bu Fian Huangfu Mei's Fian biography, Lin Huai Wu Gongya, Xiantongzhong served as a meritorious officer of Hunan Prefecture and joined the army. My beloved concubine is called Fian, her surname is Bu, and she has a slender face. If you can't beat Qilua. He is good at Qin's voice and good at writing and calligraphy. He is especially good at hitting O, and his rhyme is in harmony with silk and bamboo. The public sector is very attractive. Their neighbor is the Zhao family in Tianshui, who is also a Yiying family, and cannot be criticized. His son, called Xiang, was handsome and well-educated, but his talent was weak. It was the time of funeral. Suddenly one day, I saw non-smoke in the gap in the south wall. I lost all my spirit and energy, and stopped eating and breathing. It's a good bribe to the public servant, and tell him with love. Yen was in trouble and was moved by the huge profits, so he asked his wife to stay in a quiet place and described the image euphemistically. It's not smoke that smells it, but it smiles and stares at it without answering. The ladies at the door were all talking about things, and they seemed to be going crazy and confused, and they didn't know what to do. He took Xuetao's note and wrote a quatrain. When I see the beauty of the beautiful city, I can only guess at myself. I don't want to follow Xiao Shi, but I want to learn from Alan. Keep the title secret and pray that the disciples will be able to reach Fian. After finishing reading, he groaned for a long time and said to his wife, I once had a glimpse of Mr. Zhao, a man of great talent and appearance. I am not blessed enough in this life. Gai Bai was a tough martial artist and was not a good match for his ears. Nai Fuxing's chapter was written on Jinfeng Jian, saying, the two miserable green moths cannot control themselves, only because of the deep hatred in the new poem. The man's heart should be like the resentment in the piano's heart, and the spring love in his veins is more muddy, elephant. Xiang Qi shut his mouth and chanted a sarcastic count of 4, held up his palms and said happily, I am in trouble. He also wrote a poem on Yanxi jade leaf paper to express his gratitude, saying, I cherish the good news given by the beautiful woman, and the colored paper Fang Han and Fang Han are deeply in love. Thin as a cicada's wing, it's hard to express hatred, and as dense as a fly's head, it's hard to express your heart. I suspect that I see fallen flowers in the green cave, but I just think of the light rain falling on my lap. 100 messages and 1,000 dreams are planted into long ballads and sent to the green harp. 10 days after the poem went by, the housekeeper never came back. She was worried and worried, or she was regretful because of the smoke. On spring eve, I sat alone in the front yard and wrote a poem. Green and dark red hide the dim smoke. I will only hate you in front of the small court. Who can I talk to on this good night? The stars are half a day across the Milky Way and the moon. Tomorrow, when I got up in the morning and chanted, the doorman came and said in Fian's voice, don't be surprised that there is no faith in 10 days, just because you are slightly uneasy. Because I gave Xiang a sachet of brocade with cicadas. Along with the moss paper, the poem says, without the ability to wear heavy makeup, I lean on the embroidery tree, and the cicada brocade is hard to think of. I have been suffering from spring sickness recently, and the willows are weak and the flowers are shy in the morning breeze. Xiang tied a brocade bag in his arms and read the brief slip carefully. And fearing that the smoke and meditation would make me sick, I cut the black silk slips and made them into seals. Said, spring is late and people's hearts are quiet. Because of the glimpse, I have been dreaming for a long time. Although the feathers are flying in the dust, it is difficult to meet. But the sun is bright, and I swear to deal with it. What's more, I heard that there are many feelings in spring, and the fragrant shoes are against the rules. Harmony consumes the beauty of ice and snow, and the good energy of Yu Huilan. Extremely depressed, filled with hatred. Looking forward to mercy will never lead to despair. Mo Gu's short rhyme, Ning Xuan's later period. I am confused, how can the book hold both Jing and Feisher, and look forward to the Chinese chapter? Fu Wei tried to give Ningpan. The poem says, seeing hurt feelings is seeing spring. I want to seal the cicada's brocade and green moth's frown. He immediately told Bao Yanqing that romance is the most harmful to people. Having received the reward, Yan Yu went to the Yan Pavilion. Wu Sheng was a servant of the government and had many official duties. He might stay there for several nights, or he might not return for the whole day. At the right time, I was born into the palace of Chao, so I opened the cigarette and read the book to find out the meaning of it. Afterwards, Chang Taishi said, the ambition of a husband and the heart of a woman are closely related to each other. They see the distance as well as the near. So the whole family hung up the curtain and wrote a book. Unfortunately, my concubine is alone. The middleman was deceived by the matchmaker, so he became a trivial person. Every time the breeze blows brightly and the moon shines brightly, I move the jade osmanthus to increase my feelings. The autumn tents and winter tents are full of golden emblems to express hatred. Unexpectedly, the young master suddenly expressed his good voice. His beautiful words were silent but his thoughts were flying, and his sarcastic sentences were beautiful but his eyes were broken. What I hate is that Luochuan is separated by waves and Zhouwu has a high wall. Lian Yun is not as good as Qin Tai, and Jian Meng is still far away from Chu Xiu. I still look up to the sky and see the god's false microcomputer. I bow to the clear light, and I will die without regrets 9 times. It also has a short title and is used to convey deep feelings. Fu Wei specially gave chants and satires. The poem says, the spring swallows on the painted eaves must sleep together, and the 2 mandarin ducks in Lanpu are willing to fly alone. I have always hated all the female companions in Taoyuan, waiting for me to see him off in the flowers. After the sealing was completed, he summoned the emperor and ordered him to come to Xiang. Xiang read the books and poems, and the meaning of the smoke was slightly touched, and he couldn't control his joy. But I burn incense in a quiet room and pray devoutly. Suddenly one day at dusk, Yin Yu hurried over, smiled and bowed and said, Mr. Zhao, would you like to see the immortal apricot? Zhao Jing asked him repeatedly, and passed the smoke and said, tonight, Chao's government is straight, it is a good time. The concubine's backyard. Lang Jun is in front of the wall. I will always be kind to you and look forward to seeing you. It's a square inch and weighs 10,000, and I'll tell you when I meet you. Now that it's dark, Xiang Nai climbs up the ladder. The smoke has already ordered him to get off the couch. When he gets down, he sees the smoke, beautiful makeup and fine clothes, standing under the flowers. Worship. They were all overjoyed beyond words. Then they led each other into the room from the back door, carrying bowls and undressing, expressing their affectionate feelings. When the dawn bell first started to move, the elephant was sent back to the foot of the wall. Yan Zhixiang cried and said, "We met today, it was our marriage in the previous life. Don't say that I don't have the ambition to be pure and chaste, and that I am so dissolute. I just think that I can't take care of myself because of my husband's style. I would like to learn from it deeply." Xiang said, "I bow to the appearance of the rare world, see the coming and going of the heart. I have vowed to be secluded and happy forever." After saying this, the elephant crossed the wall and returned. Tomorrow. He asked Yenyu to give him a poem about smoke and said, "Although the road to the Ten Cave and Sanqing dynasty is blocked, if you want to, you have to go to Yaotai. The auspicious fragrance and wind make me think late at night, and I know it is the fairy from Ruigong coming." Yan Yan smiled at the poem and gave Xiang a poem again, saying, "I miss you only because I don't know each other, but I feel sad when I meet you but I don't see you anymore. I wish to be transformed into a pair of cranes on the pines, and fly into the clouds." Feng Fu Yenyu still asked Yuxiang to say, "I have a small poem to keep as a concubine, otherwise, how much talent would you have? This is not a full sentence, so I often put it in the back courtyard." Exhibiting subtle thoughts. I have spent so much time thinking that fish and birds don't know, but gods and men can help me. Or the scenery may be used to describe the day, and the poems may express feelings, and the comings and goings may become more complicated and cannot be recorded in full. If so, the person is 1 year old. No matter what, the number of smoke is as thin as that of the slave girl, who holds it in her vagina. Use your time to tell public affairs. Gongye said, "You must be careful, I will keep an eye on you." Later on, he made a false petition to ask for leave. As usual, he went straight and lurked at the inner gate. After the street drums were played, he prostrated and returned. Walking along the wall to the back courtyard, when you see the smoke, you lean against the door and chant slightly, while the elephant leans against the wall and looks at it sideways. Gongye was so angry that he stepped forward to capture him. Xiangjue jumped towards him and fought for half of it. Then he entered the room, shouted smoke and interrogated him. The color of smoke makes war loud and clear, but does not tell the truth. The public industry became more and more angry, and the big pillar was tied up, and the blood flowed from the whip. Dan Yun said, "We are born to be in love with each other, and even in death there is no hatred." Late at night, I am lazy at work and fall asleep. Yen called the maid he loved and said, "Give me a glass of water." When the water came, he drank it all. When public affairs are established, he will be beaten again and he will be dead. Then he untied him, raised him to the pavilion, and shouted at him repeatedly, saying that he would die in a sudden burst of smoke. A few days later. It's in Beimang. And everyone in the alley knew that he was strong enough to die. Xiang changed his clothes and changed his name, and traveled far and wide between Jiangsu and Zhejiang. There were two talented people in Luoyang, Chui and Li, who often traveled with Wu Bo. The last sentence of Chui's poem goes, "It's just like the person who spreads the flowers to drink powder." The most numerous branches are thrown away from the empty bed. That evening, Meng Fei Yan thanked me and said, "Although I don't catch peaches and plums, I just miss them. I admire you so much that I feel so ashamed." The last sentence of Li Xing's poem goes, "If the beautiful and fragrant soul is still there, you should be ashamed to see the person who fell from the building." The evening. The hand of Meng Yan's halberd said, "A scholar has hundreds of things. How can you master them all? How can you slander each other with only a few words? I will prove it to you under the ground." A few days later, Li Xing died, and the people at that time were different. Chui Hu's wife Meng Qi's Poetry of Poem. Bowling Cui Hu was very talented, but he was aloof and uncooperative. Promoted to be a jinshi. On the tomb sweeping day, I traveled alone to the south of the capital city and found a residence in a village of 1 acre, surrounded by flowers and trees, as quiet as if there was no one around. After knocking on the door for a long time, a woman peeked out of the door and asked, "Who?" Gu responded with his surname and said, "Walking alone in search of spring, I am thirsty for wine." The woman came in and brought a glass of water. She opened the door and set up a bed and sat down. She stood alone leaning on a small peach, but she was very thoughtful. She has a charming posture, and she is more than beautiful. Chui used words to pick it out, which is wrong. They look at each other for a long time. Chui resigned and sent him to the door, where he entered as if overwhelmed with emotion. Chui returned home looking forward to it. Never again. On Qingming Day next year, I suddenly thought about it and couldn't control my feelings, so I went to look for it. The door and wall remain as before, but they are locked. Chui Yin wrote a poem on Zhuofei and said, "On this day last year, in this gate, the human face and the peach blossoms reflected each other's red color. I don't know where the human face has gone, but the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze." In the next few days, he occasionally went to the south of the capital and went back to look for it. Hearing the sound of crying among them, he knocked on the door and asked about it. An old man came out and said, "You are not Chui Hai?" He said, "Yes." He cried again and said, "You killed my daughter." Chui was shocked and didn't know what to answer. The father said, "My daughter, who was born in 1998, has not been suitable for anyone. Since last year, she has been in a trance and seems to have lost something. She goes out and returns with the sun." Seeing something written on the left door, he read it and entered the door, so he went on a hunger strike for several days and died. "I am old and have only one daughter, so if I don't marry, I will seek a gentleman to support me. If you unfortunately die now, why don't you kill me?" He held Chui again and cried loudly. Chui was also in mourning. "Please come in and cry, as if you are still in bed. Chui raised his head, rested his head on his buttocks, cried and wished, "He is here, he is here." He opened his eyes in a moment and came back to life in half a day. The old father was overjoyed and returned with his daughter. Mrs. Liang, according to History of the Song Dynasty, biography of Han Shizhong, Shizhong's wife Liang and Ziliang were held hostage by Miao Fu and were closely guarded. Fu Zhu Xingfeiling said, "Now Queen Mother Bai will send 2 people to comfort Shizhong, and then everyone in Pingjiang will be in peace." So he called the Liang family in, granted him the title of Mrs. Anghua, made him loyal to the world, and made him a diligent king. Liang was driven out of the city in a hurry and met all the people one day and night to be loyal to Shizhou. When Wu Shu invaded, Shizhong's former army was stationed in Qinglong town, the Chinese army was stationed in Jiangwan, and the rear army was stationed in Haikao. As soon as the enemy returns, invite them to attack. When the Jin soldiers arrived, Shizhong had already stationed at Jiaoshan Temple. Wu Shu sent an envoy to ask about it, and promised to fight on the same day. The generals joined forces, and Mrs. Liang personally held the drum. In the end, the Jin soldiers were unable to cross, and they all returned to plunder. Jiankong 6 years. He was granted the title of Shizhongwu, the Ning'an Judiciary Envoy, and the Jingdong Huaidong Road Xuanfu Disposal Envoy, and was established in Chuzhou. Shizhong wore straw and lye, established a military mansion, and worked with the soldiers. Mrs. Liang herself made thin fabrics for the house. According to Zhenjiang Prefecture Chronicle, Liang family. Jinko is also a prostitute. At the 5th watch, I entered the house to wait for Hishua. Suddenly, I saw a tiger crouching under the corridor pillar, breathing heavily, and hurriedly walked out. Looking at it again, it is just a pawn. When asked about his name, Han Shizhong, he was displeased and informed his mother. It is said that he is an extraordinary person. They were invited to his home, provided with wine and food, and they became deeply attached to each other. They provided money and silk, and they made an appointment as a couple. After Shizhong made special achievements, he became a famous general of Zhongxing, and was granted the title of Mrs. Anghua. If you personally hold the drum, the enemy will be unable to save them, and many people will be captured. Sun then invited Wu Shu to Huang Tiandang, but he was almost captured and escaped overnight by cutting a river. Liang Shu said that Shizhong missed the opportunity to indulge the enemy and begged for blame, and the whole court was moved by it. Hong Fu Zhang said in The Biography of the Qiu Bearded Guest, Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty was lucky enough to be in Jiangdu. Sikong Yangsu was ordered to guard Shijing. He is arrogant and dignified, and because of the chaos of the times, he is the most powerful person in the world. Extravagance and honor are given to oneself, and courtesy is different from others' ministers. Every time the minister speaks, the guests come to pay homage. It's not a bad idea to see her while sitting on the bed, so that the beauty can hold it out. The maids listed them out, quite arrogantly. It gets worse in the last years, and I no longer know how to bear burdens, and I have the heart to support those who are in danger. One day, Duke Li Jing of Wei came to visit him in cloth clothes and offered him a strange plan. Su is also seen. The Duke bowed in front of him and said, "The world is in chaos, and heroes are competing. As an important minister of the imperial family, the Duke must be attentive to attracting heroes, and it is not appropriate to sit in front of guests." She stood up with a calm face, thanked the Duke, spoke with her, was very happy, accepted his advice, and retreated. When the Duke was arguing, a prostitute with a special color appeared, holding a red whisk. Standing in front of him, he has only one eye. After the Duke left, the man holding the whisk came to the pavilion and pointed to the official, saying, "Would like to ask what rank the gentleman is in? Where does he live?" The Duke replied. The prostitute chanted and left. The Duke returned on a reverse journey. At the beginning of the 5th watch that night, I suddenly heard someone knocking on the door and his voice was low. The public got up and asked. He is a man wearing a purple hat and holding a bag with his staff. The public asked who. He said, "I am a prostitute from the Yang family." Gong Yan came in suddenly. After taking off her clothes and hat, she is a beautiful woman of 18 or 19, wearing plain clothes and bowing before her. The public was surprised and said goodbye. He said, "I have served Yang Sikong for a long time. There are many people who read the world, and there is no one like you. Siluo is not an only child, she wishes to support a tree, so she comes to Benner." The Duke said, "Yang Sikongmai is in the capital, how do you think?" He said, "The corpse is in the remaining air, so there is nothing to fear. All the prostitutes know that they have no success, so they go away in large numbers. He is not very chasing either. The plan is detailed, and fortunately there is no doubt about it." Asked his surname. He said, "Zhang." Asked the second among them. He said, "The longest." Looking at his skin, appearance, speech, and temperament, he is a true heavenly person. He doesn't want to get it, and the more he is happy, the more afraid he becomes, and he is worried and uneasy at the same time. And those who peek into the house never stop. A few days later, I also heard calls for follow-up visits, but the mood was not serious. Nai Xiongfu rode away on horseback. Cui Yingying's Huizhenji, in Jinyuan, there was Zhang Sheng, who was gentle in nature, beautiful in appearance, and strong and solitary in nature. No intrusion allowed. Or friends are attending a banquet, and they are in the midst of the chaos. Others are fierce and violent. Therefore, at the age of 23, he has never been close to women, so those who know him will question him. Xiaoli said. A disciple is not a lustful person, but a vicious person. Yu Zhen is a lustful person, but I am not worthy of it. Why say that? There is nothing special about all things that does not linger in the heart, and it is those who know that they are not forgetful of love. The interrogator knows it. Without geometry, Zhang Sheng traveled to Pu. More than 10 miles east of Puji, there is a monk's residence called Pujiu Temple, where Zhang Sheng lives. It happened that the widow of the Cui family was about to return to Chang'an. The road left Pu and stopped at this temple. Chui's wife is also Zheng's daughter. Zhang was born in Zheng, and he was his mother. It's old. The locusts are dying on Pu. There was a man named Ding Wenya, who was not good at military affairs. The soldiers were disturbed by the mourning and plundered the people of Pu. Chui's family has a lot of property and many slaves. The guest house was in panic and didn't know what to do. First, the party of General Zhang and General Pu had good intentions and asked officials to protect them. So it's not as difficult as it is. More than 10 days later, Du Ke, the Lian envoy, ordered the emperor to lead the army on the Rongjie festival, and the army went to war. Zheng Hozhang was very virtuous, because he decorated the food to order Zhang, and held banquets in the middle hall. He said to Zhang again, "My aunt's lonely daughter is still alive, and she supports me childishly." Unfortunately, the master and apprentice suffered a huge defeat, and their lives could not be saved. Weak sons and young daughters are still the sons of the king. How can it be compared to Chang'en? Now I would like to see you as a dear friend, hoping to repay your kindness. The son was named Huanlang. He was more than 10 years old and had a very gentle and beautiful appearance. The daughter was named next. Brother Bear comes out, Brother Heir is alive. After a long time, I resigned. Zheng Nu said, "Brother Zhang Bao's order. Otherwise, you will be taken captive. Can you get away from it?" After a long time, even. She wears regular clothes and wears no new ornaments. She wears her hair on her hair, and her face is just red. The colors are brilliant and the brilliance is moving. Zhang Jing, as a gift. Because I sit next to Zheng, I see Zheng's restraint, and I look at it with a lot of resentment, as if I can't compare with his body. Asked his age. Zheng said, "Today is the 7th month of Zi Jiazi's year, and it ends in Gingshan of Zhenyuan. He is 17 years old." Zhang Sheng introduced it with some words, but it was wrong. He stopped at the end of the banquet. Zhang himself was confused and wanted to make her fall in love, but he had no choice. Chui's maid called the matchmaker. The number of people who wanted to do it for personal reasons was 4, and they took advantage of it. The maidservant ran away in shock and shame. Zhang Sheng regretted it. On the wing of the sun, the maid returns. Zhang Sheng was ashamed and thanked him, and did not ask for anything more. The maid called Zhang and said, "I don't dare to say what Lang said, and I don't dare to vent it. However, Chui's marriage family is well known to you. Why don't you ask to marry him because of his virtue?" Zhang said, "Since I was a child, I have been unsociable in nature. Sometimes I have been living in the world, and I have never looked forward to it. If it is not the past, I will eventually be covered. Yesterday, I could hardly control myself. I forgot to walk and eat in the past few days. If you are full, you may not be able to live through the day and night, if you marry because of a matchmaker." When Natsai asked for my name, he took me to a place with dead fish within 3 months. "What do you call me?" The maidservant said, "Chui Zhizhen is careful to protect himself. Even though he is respected, he cannot offend him without words." It is difficult to enter the plot of the servants. However, he is good at writing and often meditates on chapters and sentences. Those who hate and admire for a long time. You try to use poetry as a metaphor for love and chaos. Otherwise, there is no reason. Zhang was overjoyed and wrote 2 poems of Chun Ci to teach him. That evening, the matchmaker came back, holding a colorful note and conferring it on Zhang, saying, "This is what Chui ordered." The title of his article is Mingyue-san One Night. His poem said, "Wait for the moon under the west chamber, and the door facing the wind is half open. The shadows of flowers are moving on the wall, and it is suspected that the Jade Lady is coming." Zhang Yue explained his purpose. "It's she, 4 days into the second 10th month of the year. There is an apricot flower in the east of Chui Jidong, which can be climbed up." On the evening of the day, Zhang Yin climbed up the tree and passed it. When it reaches the west chamber, the door is half open. The matchmaker sleeps on the bed. Born out of shock. The matchmaker was horrified and asked, "Why did you come here?" Zhang Yinling asked. "Chui's note summoned me." "You tell me." Not long after, the matchmaker came back and said, "It's done, it's done." Zhang Sheng was both happy and horrified. He must have received help. When Chui Ji arrived, he wore a stern look, and most of Zhang said, "Brother's kindness has saved my family, it is rich. Therefore, a loving mother takes care of her weak children." However, because he did not order his maidservant, he wrote lewd words. At the beginning, it was righteousness to protect people's chaos, but in the end, he plundered chaos to seek it. So chaos is easy to cause chaos, how can it be eliminated? I sincerely want to sleep with my words. Then it is unjust to protect others from treachery. If it is clear to the mother, it will be unlucky to betray others' benefits. I will send it to my maidservant, but I am afraid that I will not be able to express my sincerity. It is a short chapter of entrustment, and I am willing to express myself. I am still afraid of seeing my brother in trouble, so I use contemptuous words to hope that he will come. Don't be ashamed of your indecent behavior. I would like to be polite and self-sufficient. Nothing less than chaos." After saying this, he turned over and passed away. Zhang had been missing for a long time. He came out again, so he was desperate. A few nights later, Zhang was sleeping alone in the pavilion, and suddenly someone woke him up. He was frightened. Then the matchmaker gathered her quilt and came over with a pillow, caressed her and said, "It's over, it's over. What's the point of spitting?" She then left with a heavy pillow. Zhang Xing sat there for a long time looking at the danger, hesitating and dreaming. However, it is necessary to repair it as soon as possible. The matchmaker came with Chui in her arms. When you arrive, you will be shy and melting. The strength cannot move the body, and the dignity of the past is no longer the same. It's evening, and there are 8 days in 10 days. The slanting moon is crystal clear and half-lit. Zhang Sheng was in a precarious mood, and he suspected that he was a follower of gods, not that he came from the human world. After a while, the temple bell rang and it was about to dawn. The matchmaker hurried away. Mrs. Chui's sweet cries lingered, and the matchmaker took her away again, without saying a word for the rest of the night. Zhang Sheng was excited when he saw the color, and asked with doubtful eyes, "Is this dream evil?" When he got up, he saw makeup on his arms, fragrance on his clothes, and tears shining brightly, just like glistening on the mat. It was more than 10 days later. I no longer know. Zhang Sheng composed 30 rhymes of Huizhen poetry, but he had not finished it. The matchmaker arrived at the right time and taught it to the Chui family. It's natural to restore it. He goes out in the morning, goes in at dusk, and stays together in the so-called West Chamber for a month. Zhang Sheng often questioned Zhang's feelings. Then he said, "I can't do anything." Because of desire, it came true. No matter what, Zhang Sheng sent him to Chang'an and first gave him a message of love. Chui's words are not difficult to describe, but her sad and resentful look is very moving. See you again soon. Not to be seen again, Zhang Sheng then went west. A few months later, I visited Pu again and met Chui for another month. Mr. Chui is very good at knife and writing, and is also good at writing. I searched again and again, but couldn't find it. Often Zhang Sheng picks up his own writings and doesn't really read them. In general, those who excel in Chui's skills will be extremely poor, but their appearance will be ignorant. Their speech will be quick and eloquent, but they will not be able to respond correctly. The meaning of Zhang is very profound, but he has not followed it up with words. The sadness is bright and deep, and it is as if you don't know it. The look of joy and sadness is also rare. At another time, I played the piano alone at night, feeling sad and sad. Zhang eavesdropped on it. If you ask for it, it will never come back. So it becomes more confusing. Zhang Sheng used his writing to adjust the period, and then went west. On the night of leaving, I no longer said that I was feeling sad and sighed by Chui's side. Chui Jin knew the general secrets. He had a respectful appearance and a pleasant voice. Su said to Zhang, "In the beginning, you will cause chaos, but in the end, you will abandon it. It is a good idea. I am stupid and dare not hate it. You will definitely mess with it, and you will end it. It will be your benefit." Yes. Then the oath of death is final, so why should we feel deeply about this? However, since you are not convinced, there is no way for you to be contented. You often say that I am good at playing the harp and playing the harp, but I am ashamed of myself and cannot be matched by others. Let's go now, since you are so sincere. Because I was ordered to play the harp and drum, preface to the colorful clothes and feather clothes, there were no more sounds, the sound was mournful and resentful, and I no longer knew what the music was. Both sides are embarrassed. Chui Yi suddenly stopped, threw his harp into the harp, lingered in tears, and headed back to Zhang's house, but never came back. Ming Dan and Zhang Xing. Next year, the Civil War was invincible, and Zhang Sui stopped in Beijing. Because he wrote it in Chui, he wanted to spread his meaning. Chui's words of silence. It is roughly recorded here, saying, "I came to ask after seeing it and caressed it too deeply." The love between children, sorrow and joy, and the benefits of flowers are better than one. The mouth is 5 inches thick, and the head is decorated with lipstick. Although it is a great kindness, who can return it? For the sake of grace. Seeing things makes you pregnant, but you sigh with regret. Fuqing is convenient for employment in Beijing, and the way to study is fixed in Jianan. But if you hate those who are remote and outmoded, you will always abandon them. Life is like this, what can I say? Since autumn has come, I often feel like I have lost something. Under the commotion, he might try to smile. I spent the evening alone, crying all the time. Even during sleep, I feel sore throat. The thoughts of leaving behind worries are lingering, as if they were ordinary for the time being. The tryst is not over yet, the shock has ended. Although half a quilt feels like warmth, my thoughts are far away. As soon as I said goodbye yesterday, the old year passed quickly. Chang'an is a place of pleasure that touches your emotions. How lucky that I don't forget the faintness and miss you all the time. Despicable ambitions cannot be rewarded. As for the alliance of the beginning and the end, it is not true. The appearance in the past and the past are related to each other, or they are in the same banquet place. The servant saw the temptation and became selfish. The hearts of children cannot be fixed on their own. A gentleman has the choice to help me play the harp, but I have no objection to throw the shuttle. And recommending sleeping mats, the meaning is profound. Foolish feelings will always be the ultimate support. How can I expect that when I meet a gentleman, I can't settle my feelings and feel the shame of self-sacrifice? I don't know how to serve in a turban. If you don't have a body and will always hate it, what can you say with a sigh? If a benevolent person uses his heart and caress, he will still be alive even if he dies. For example, if a scholar is a wise man, he will give up the small to the big, consider it a scandal to mate first, and think that an alliance can be bullied. Then it will be bone-shaped and pinned, but the sincerity will not be lost. It will be exposed due to the wind, and it will still hold up the dust. The sincerity of existence and loss is all stated here. Linji sobbed, unable to express his feelings. Cherish it, cherish it. A jade ring, made when I was a baby. Send it to the gentleman's private parts. The jade is firm and moist, and the ring is firm and moist. There is also a piece of messy silk and a piece of asparagus and tea base. These few things are rare. The person who desires a gentleman is as true as jade, and the bad will is like a ring that cannot be understood. The traces of depression are on the bamboo, and the sadness is lingering on the silk. Because things express feelings, they will always be considered good. My heart is far away and my body is far away, so I can visit you indefinitely. Fascinated by deep anger, thousands of miles away, the gods unite. Cherish it. The spring breeze is strong, and strong food is a blessing. Be careful with your words to protect yourself, and don't think deeply about being contemptuous. Zhang Shengfa's book was known to many people at that time. Yang Zhiyuan is good at poetry, because he wrote a poem in Cui Nyang's poetry that says, It is not as clear and moist as Pan Langyu, and the grass in the courtyard is pretty in the beginning. The romantic and talented man has many spring thoughts. Xiaonyang's broken heart is written on a piece of paper. Yuanzhen of Hunan province also continued the 30 rhymes of Huizhen poems, which says, "The faint moon shines through the curtains, and the radiant light illuminates the blue sky. The distant sky is misty at first, and the low trees are becoming green. The dragon blows through the bamboos in the courtyard, and the luan sings through the tung trees in the well. The mist hangs down from Luo Shao, and the breeze rings. The crimson festival follows the golden mother, and the cloud heart holds the jade boy. It's quieter and quieter, and it's rainy in the morning. The pearls are shining, the shoes are shining, the flowers are bright and hidden, and the dragon is embroidered. Yaochai travels with colorful phoenixes, and silk ribbons cover red rainbows." From Yao Huapu. We'll head towards Jasper Palace. Because I was traveling to the north of Luocheng, I occasionally headed east of the Song family. The drama was slightly rejected at the beginning, but the tenderness has secretly penetrated. The shadow of the cicada moves, and the jade dust is covered in the back steps. Turning around, the flowers and snow are flowing, and I get on the bed and embrace Qizong. Mandarin ducks dance with their necks crossed, in an emerald acacia cage. The eyebrows are shyly gathered together, and the red lips are warmer and more harmonious. The air is clear and fragrant, the skin is moist and the skin is plump. I am unable to move my wrist carelessly, but I love to bow my head. There were beads of sweat, and my hair was messy and green. Fangxi celebrates the Millennium Meeting, but I heard that he was poor for 5 nights. There is hatred when you linger. The lingering love is hard to end. The slow face contains a sad look, and the fragrant words are sincere. The gift of the ring shows good luck, and the knot of the gift shows the unity of the heart. The crow of powder flows through the night mirror, and the remaining lamp is far away from the dark insect. The brilliance is still bright, but the rising sun is getting brighter and brighter. He returned to Luo by flying the owl, and went up to the Song dynasty to play the flute. The fragrance of the clothes is still dyed with musk, and the pillow is still red after being greasy. The power of the grass in the pond is fluttering in thoughts of Zhupeng. The plain Qin chimes and complains about the crane, and the Qing and Han dynasties look forward to returning home. The sea is vast and difficult to cross, and the sky is high and difficult to cross. Xingyun is nowhere to be found, Shaoshi is in the building. All Zhang's friends heard about it and were surprised, but Zhang Ji was also impressed. Junta and Zhang Ho were praised for their poetry. Zhang said, "Any beautiful creature ordained by heaven will not be a demon to itself, but it will be a demon to others. It will make Chui's son meet rich and noble, and be pampered. If it is not clouds or rain, it will be a dragon or a qi, I don't know its changes." In the past, the Xian dynasty of Yin dynasty and the Yu dynasty of Zhou dynasty controlled the country of millions, and its power was very strong. However, one woman was defeated. He crushed his people and slaughtered his body, and he is still the laughing stock of the world. My virtue is not enough to defeat evildoers, I have to use my patience. Everyone sitting at that time sighed deeply. A few years later, Cui had committed himself to someone else, and Zhang also married. Shi Jing lived in this place because his husband told Cui that he wanted to see his cousin. The husband said. But Cui finally refused to go out. The sincerity of Zhang's resentment moves in color. Cui Zhizhi wrote a chapter of Qian Fu, which says, "Since I lost weight and lost my appearance, I have been too lazy to get out of bed thousands of times. I am not ashamed of others, but I am haggard but ashamed of my husband." Unexpectedly, I didn't see him. A few days later, Zhang Sheng was about to leave and wrote another chapter to express his gratitude. What is the way to abandon the order? At that time, I personally took care of the old intention and took pity on the people in front of me. Of course, I will never know it again. At that time, there were many people who were good at making up for their mistakes. I had a taste of it among friends. Often when it comes to this intention, those who know it will not do it, and those who do it will not be confused. In the 9th month of the year Zhenyuan, Li Gong, the deacon, stayed in Yujing'an village and spoke to me about this. Gong Chui Zhuoran said it was different, so he passed it on as Yingying song. Chui's nickname is Yingying, and the father-in-law said that he would give his life. Wang Jiaowan, according to Love History, during the Tianshan period, there was a linen guard king commanding him. He was forced to participate in the expedition against the Miao barbarians in Guangxi in violation of the restrictions, and was demoted to 1,000 households in the Nanyang Guards in Hunan province. The king has 2 daughters. The first is Jiao Wan, the second is Jiao Feng. Feng is married, but Luan is the only one left. Luan Yu is familiar with the history of books and Wang Jiwen. They are all ghostwriters, and they are even fond of them. The king's wife, the Zhou family, had a sister who married Chao Chao. She was poor and widowed, so she welcomed the envoy Ban Luan and called her Aunt Chao. It's Qingming festival. Luan and Aunt Chao led the maidservants to play on the swing in the back garden. Suddenly I heard a human voice and was startled. Then there was a beautiful young man peeking at the wall and admiring me. Luan was frightened and ran away. He left Luopa on the ground and picked it up over the wall. While Fang Zhan was playing, a maid came to the garden to look for him. After going through several twists and turns, Xing smiled and said, "It's in someone else's hands. Where can I find it?" The maid said, "The gentleman took it and begged to see it in return." Xing said, "Whose is this handkerchief?" The maid said, "Sister Luan, my master loves his daughter." Xing said, "If Sister Luan shows up, I will offer her to you immediately." The maids kowtow their surnames and tell their families from far and near. Xing said, "My surname is Zhou, my name is Tingzhang, and I am from Wujiang, Suzhou. My father is the prefect of our school, and he is here to serve. There is only a wall between us and your residence. I have long heard that your sister is good at literary affairs, and her servants write poems, which is consistent with her troubles. If you get retribution, the pack can be returned." The girl was eager to get the handkerchief, so she agreed. She came out of the wall after a short while, folded peach blossom paper into Feng Sheng, conferred the gift to her, and she returned to her life. The Luan hair was sealed, and she got a message. The beauty of the handkerchief is exceptionally beautiful. Fragrant. God teaches you to pay love to your lover. He diligently sends you love sentences and plans to make red silk threads to wear in the bridal chamber. Luan smiled and took the note to answer the poem. I have a flawless jade, and I came from the family of the general and prime minister of the Ho clan. In the silence, there are relatives facing the moon, and in the leisure time, I look at the flowers alone. Only strange phoenixes can come to the biwu, but old crows can be accommodated in the green bamboo. A message to a solitary guest in a foreign land: don't let your worries become too confusing. The maid brought the poem to the garden, but she was already waiting for the wall to be missing. From then on, the poem went back and forth several times, and the maid was bribed. I was happy with the transmission and stopped talking about Lopa. On the occasion of the Dragon Boat Festival, Wang Ji held a family banquet in the wine garden. People came and went outside the wall, and they couldn't wait to be together at the end of the banquet. It was late in the evening, and I sent a message again: make colorful threads and think of them as knots. Let's pour the wine into the cup and pour it out together. The mist across the Xiangjiang River has disappeared, and the mallows are empty with a sunny heart. Luan sighed after reading the poem. He didn't expect Aunt Chow to see it, but he kept knocking carefully. Luan and Aunt Chow were well off, so they were prepared to describe it. Aunt Chow said, Zhou was born in the south of the Yangtze River. If the two families are at odds with each other, why not send a matchmaker to hire him and make him his wife for hundreds of years? Luan nodded in agreement. Then he answered the poem. At the end, there was the sentence, passionate fruit has sympathy for each other, and the good Qian Bingren's words are passed down. She was born under the false orders of her father and proposed to the king. Wang Ya was reborn. But my beloved daughter didn't want to marry far away, so she hesitated. Sheng then planned to use the narrow Liaozhai to study in the back garden of the Ministry of Health. She also had the same surname as Mrs. Zhou and asked her to be her aunt. Wang Wuren likes flattery, promises it, and is willing to enjoy it. Zhou Sui lived in the garden pavilion, and because he was able to meet Luan as a brother and sister, their relationship became closer. Aunt Chow acted as the intermediary, taking charge of herself as the leader of the alliance. She first made a marriage vow and then decided on the date of seclusion. From then on, we have been prepared for each other, and we have been more kind than husband and wife. About half a year later, Zhou Sijiao was promoted. The student was left alone due to illness. After more than half a year, the priest returned to his hometown due to illness. Hearing about it, he wanted to return to the palace, but his heart fell in love with Luan, and he couldn't cut himself off. Luan noticed his intention and persuaded him to drink wine. He also said, if you indulge in private affairs and forget justice, you will not only lose the way of your son. Having a concubine is also a loss of womanhood. Aunt Chow also said, tonight is not a long-term plan. It is better for the young master to return to his hometown temporarily and visit his parents. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we discussed marriage during the period of marriage and fulfilled our vows early? Zhou was still undecided, but Aunt Chao, the envoy of Yuan, told the king that she wanted to return to the province, and the king went on a farewell trip. As a last resort, he began to dress up. That night, Yuan invited the student to come forward and swear again, and asked about the student's whereabouts so that they could communicate with each other. "Tomorrow, I will return alive." However, the priest had already discussed marriage with a wealthy family in Tongli, and he had not wanted to marry her since the beginning of his life. He had heard that his daughter was very beautiful, and he was greedy for money and lust, and suddenly forgot his previous vows. Not long after the marriage was completed, the couple became very happy with each other and no longer knew who Yuan was. If the Yuan does not survive for a long time, thinking about it will cause illness. Every time I got a chance to send him a letter, I repeatedly sent him a letter, but he never responded. The father wants to choose a mate for Yuan, but Yuan can't, and he will definitely want to give birth to Xian. So he sent Sun Jiu, a guard soldier, with a heavy bribe to go to Wujiang and write a letter. Attached is an ancient chapter, which briefly says, recalling the Qingming festival in the past. We meet you and become acquainted. The frequent comings and goings of the moon make fun of the wind, stirring up the amorous feelings and endless thoughts. Ho Men broke the 1,000-gold rope and visited the painting pavilion hand in hand. It's so easy to tie the black hair to life and death, and the Alliance Mountain vows that the sea will not protect you. The white clouds are misty and the grass is green. The talented man misses his family and longs for another love. I suddenly felt that my peach face had no spring color, and I was worried when I heard a few geese delivering messages. Although the king's actions are not controlled by Yuan, it is better than conquering the barbarian father and brother. I cut off the sounds of my bowels in sorrow, and took my oath while holding my clothes in hand. I will become a Yuanfeng friend with you. Don't fall in love with flowers in Sioux City. Since you have gone away, my concubines have raised their eyebrows, and their hair is as smooth as a broom with makeup and powder. Married in two places, we miss each other so much, who shares the snow, moon, wind, and flowers. The poor couple is in their prime years, and they only dream of plum blossoms and butterflies. The wind is not happy with the moon. I am fascinated by the desolation pillow. One night, I suddenly dreamed that you were getting married. When I came to court, I felt sad and old. The oath of alliance is to be like the thunder and lightning of the gods, and the mysterious goddess of the 9 heavens has been passed down from generation to generation. She only returns to her hometown but not to the spring. Why is it so difficult to see her voice and face? The talented man means false and the concubine means true. Zai Qi envoy Chindanshin. Poor Sanchi is ashamed of her beautiful appearance, and can't help but miss the lonely fragrance in her boudoir. Aunt Xiao also wrote a book to describe the pain of missing her niece and how much she looked at each other. When Sun Jiu arrived in Wujiang, he lived under the Yanling Bridge. When he knew that he would marry again, he waited for her to meet him. Fang expresses his feelings, and does not answer a word. He comes back and seals it back with the old luopa and the oath, so that Luan will not miss it. Sun Jiao left angrily and complained to everyone, so his reputation as a bad-luck person spread throughout Wu. Sun Jiao returned the favor to Luan. Luan composed 36 poems of death, which were rewritten into Song of Everlasting Sorrow, with thousands of words, describing the events of union and separation, and his words were very angry. He wanted to send Sun Jiao again, but Sun Nu refused to do so. Luan has long been associated with the meaning of bouldering and throwing over a cliff. I couldn't bear to lose myself to death, so I waited. Occasionally, his father had an official document, and he was supposed to surrender to Wujiang County, so he took the words of the former peacemakers and combined them with today's Poetry of Death and Song of Everlasting Sorrow into one piece. The two pieces of contract and marriage certificate were always sealed and put into the official document. They were printed and mailed, but my father did not know. In the evening, Luan took a bath and changed clothes, took the old lopa and hanged himself to death. Wujiang ordered him to be granted a title and received Luan's poem, which greatly surprised him. For hearing about it, I went straight to Fan Gongji. When Gongji saw this, he was very angry. He deeply cherished Luan's talent, and hated the government's lack of luck. He ordered the manager to secretly visit the person and kill him. Everyone who heard it was delighted. The priest also died of worry. Zhang Tai Lu, according to Su Yao's was Zhang Tai Lu biography, among the Tianbao, Chengli Han Yi has a poetic name. He is quite unrestrained in nature, restrained and poor. People born with Li are friendly to Yi, have a rich family, and have a negative attitude and love for their talents. AG is called Mrs. Lu. She is extremely gorgeous for a while, loves to talk and joke, and is good at singing. Li Sheng lived in a different place, and Yi was a place for feasting and singing, and the pavilion Yi was beside it. Yi Su was well known, and all the people he asked were the officials of his time. Mrs. Lu peeked out of her door and said to her waiter, "How could Mr. Han grow up to be poor and lowly?" Then it was his intention. Li Shengsu valued Yi and showed no mercy. Later he found out what he meant, so he prepared a meal for Yi to drink. After drinking heavily, Li Sheng said, "Mrs. Lu's appearance is very beautiful, and Han Xiucai's writing is unique. Is that okay if I want to use Lu Jian as my pillow for Han Jun?" Yi was frightened and avoided the table, saying, "Thanks to your kindness, I have been able to undress and stop eating for a long time. Is it appropriate to take away what you love?" Li Jian invited him. Knowing his sincerity, Mrs. Lu bowed again and took over his clothes. Li sat down in the guest seat, which made everyone happy. Li Sheng also contributed 300,000 yuan to assist Yi's expenses. Yi admires Lu's beauty, and Lu admires Yi's talents. Both of them love her, and it's understandable that she is happy. Next year, Yang Du, the Minister of Rights, will promote Yi to the 3rd place, and he will be in the middle of the year. Mrs. Lu said to Yi, "Honor your name and your family." What people did in the past. Is it appropriate to judge the beauty of picking orchids with the humbleness of Zhuohuan? Eo then moved his family to Qingqi. He had no food for the rest of his life, so he wore makeup and utensils to support himself. At the end of Tianbao, 2 capitals were robbed, and the ladies rushed to terror. The Liu family was unique in its beauty. Unable to avoid being afraid, he cut off his hair and disfigured his appearance, and sent it to Faling Temple. At that time, Ho Shi came to Ziqing from Pingluji. He borrowed Yi's name and asked him to be his secretary. Emperor Jia Xian returned to the throne with his divine martial arts, and Yi Nai sent envoys to seek help from the Liu family, so that they could use a bag to hold bran and gold. The title was, Zhangtai Willow, Zhangtai Willow. Is the greenness of the past still there now? Even if the long branch looks like an old one, it should be broken by someone else's hand. Mrs. Liu held the gold and sobbed, feeling sad on the left and right, and answered, willow branches, on the Fangfei festival, what I hate is given away every year. A leaf blows in the wind and suddenly announces autumn. Even if you come, how can you fail? No matter what, there is a Tibetan general Shah Zhaili who has made great achievements in the first time. He secretly knows the color of the Liu family, robs him and returns him to the throne, and favors him in his special room. She, in addition to his left servant, goes to the throne room, and Yi is able to follow him. When he arrives in the capital, I have lost the Liu family stop, and I can't stop sighing and thinking about it. Occasionally at Longzhou Gang, I saw Tsang Tu driving a baggage with an ox and 2 female slaves. E.O. followed. He asked from the car, is it someone other than a Korean member? This is the Liu family. The slave girl whispered that she had lost her virginity to Shah Zhaili. If you are blocking a fellow car, please ask Danqing to treat you at the gate of Dao's Hengli. When he arrived at the right time, he gave it to him from the car with light plain materials and jade seals, but actually used ointment. He said, this is the eternal farewell, and I would like to have sincere thoughts. After returning to the car, he waved it with his hand and shook his light sleeves. The incense car rolls. The eyes are broken and the mind is confused, lost in the dust. Yi was overwhelmed with emotion. The generals from Ziqing went to the Hele restaurant to invite people to pay homage to Yi. Yi Chang responded, but his mood and appearance were all mournful, and his music was pitiful. There was a man named Su Jun from Yu, who was proud of his talent. He stroked his sword and said, there must be a reason. Hope it works. Yi had no choice but to tell him. Jun said, please put down the number and stand tall. He was dressed in a ruffled beard and wearing a pair of quills. He rode on a horse and built a sandy and profitable place. When he was about to leave, he was held in his crotch and held the bridle, and he was forced to pass through the gate. In a hurry, he called out, the general is evil, please call his wife. The servant Pai Yi did not dare to look up. Then he went up to the hall, and Yi Zha came out to show the Liu family. He carried it across the pommel horse, and the martingale was broken by the dust, and suddenly arrived. He led the train forward and said, fortunately, I have lived up to my command. The 4 of them were amazed. Liu and Yi held hands and cried, then stopped drinking with each other. At that time, Shah Jia was very kind and favored, while Yi and Jun were afraid of disaster, so they came to Shi. Shi was shocked and said, "What I have done in my life, is Jun really capable of it?" Then he presented his petition and said, Han Yi, the minister of the School of Inspection, a member of the Ministry of Finance, and a member of the Imperial Censor, Han Yi, has been serving as an assistant for a long time, and has accumulated outstanding achievements. I have a concubine named Lu, who can stop the evil bandits and rely on her name as a nun. Today's civilization is prosperous and far-reaching. The General Shah Jia used force and cruelty to thwart the law. Relying on minor achievements, he drives away ambitious concubines and engages in inaction. Su Jun, the Minister General and the Chief Censor, was originally from Yuji, Ji, and was ambitious and courageous. However, he took away the Lu family and returned it to Han Yi. Although I am grateful and sincere, I don't know anything about it first. There is a solid lack of training orders. In search of an imperial edict, the Lu family should return Han Yi, and Shah Zhaoli bestows 2 million in money. The Lu family returns to Yi. Ho Yi moved to Zhongshu Sharon. Hohot presses, Jinglin miscellaneous notes, Tang Bo whose name is Yin, and his courtesy name is Yin. Ziwei. He was highly talented and arrogant, and looked down upon the whole world. He was unruly and unrestrained. He often got carried away whenever he met flowers and wine, and his poems and paintings were especially cherished at the time. Scholars from Xishan and Huangshan especially admired him. They had known each other for many years but had not yet met face to face. In the Tang dynasty, he went to Maoshan to offer incense and left Wuxi. When he planned to return to Chu, he should go to Yihua. I was moored by the river in the evening, and went ashore for a leisurely walk. I happened to see a carriage coming from the east, and there were women like clouds, and one of the maids was particularly beautiful. Tang Buju's heart was moved and he lurked behind him to a high gate. Crowds of people came in. Tang Ningpan was disappointed. After visiting the residence, he found out that it was the Chinese bachelor's mansion. Tang Guizhou was confused and tossing and sleeping. A plan suddenly occurred in the middle of the night, like a nightmare, and I was screamed wildly. Everyone was shocked and asked why. Tang said, "I saw God in my dream." The man with red hair and fangs, holding a golden pestle, said, "If you burn incense and are not pious, the Holy Emperor will condemn you and order me to strike you." Holding the pestle and wanting to come down, he kowtowed and begged again and again. It says, "Forgive me for the time being, but you can hold incense alone, pray along the way, and go to the mountain to apologize, and you may be spared. Otherwise, disaster will befall you." I was startled and terrified. Now I should follow the teachings of God and go alone to fulfill my vows. You guys can sail the boat back quickly, and don't do it, it's just a matter of public service. He dressed in plain clothes and held an umbrella, climbed ashore vigorously, and walked away quickly. There were followers who chased him back angrily. Sneaking into Huadian, he saw the owner of the cabinet and said humbly, "Young man from Wu County, he is quite good at calligraphy." He wants to submit a letter to the mansion. Fortunately, he brought him in. He took a few lines of writing on a piece of paper and taught it to him. The master holds the white flower and calls it in. See the handsome appearance. The calligraphy and painting were in regular script, and he was quite happy, and asked, "What kind of business do you usually practice?" He said, "I read Confucianism when I was young, and I was quite good at composition. I couldn't enter school after repeated attempts, and I ended up living here. I would like to prepare for the end of my life as a secretary." The Duke said, "If you can be my great official's companion, give me the name Juan. Send it to the library." And came in and saw a maid before sneaking in. Her name was Hohot. She was a favorite of the public and had no plans. After living there for a long time, I occasionally saw that Lang Jun had some flaws in his writings, so he made personal changes or made them on his behalf. A teacher likes his disciples to make progress with each passing day. Be arrogant and boastful. Hua said, "This is beyond the reach of a child, and it will surely attract people's attention." He called his son to question him, but no one dared to hide. Because the mountain question was tested, the writing was completed immediately. The writing is beautiful, and the hands have branches and fingers. Hua read it, the words and meanings were both beautiful, and I was very happy, so I kept him as a personal follower. Take charge of the study room. All letters and letters sent back and forth should be ordered to be revised and should be regarded as public will. In the near future, the person in charge of the ceremony will die. Hua Ming will take care of it temporarily, and the cashier will be cautious and unselfish. The public wanted to order him to take over, but he thought she was unmarried and could not be trusted, so he called a matchmaker to choose a wife. And won. A person who knew a lot about Gongsu said, the Lord Anmeng was promoted, and he planned to buy a house again, and his kindness was the same as heaven and earth. The emperor did not want to spend a lot of money to run the business, or to serve as a servant to find a good match. Because he conveyed his knowledge, Hua said, "There are many maids and maids, you can make your own choice." And Sui is slightly exposed, hoping to get the osmanthus. In the early days of the Duke's reign, he was in trouble, but contrary to his wishes, he chose a date to get married. Another room is decorated to provide tents for luxury. On the eve of the wedding, we enjoyed each other very much. After staying together for a few days, the two became more and more in love, and Tang then revealed the truth, saying, "I, Tang, understand the Yuan dynasty." With her beautiful appearance, she bowed down to serve. "Now that I have achieved what I wish for, this is the fate of heaven. However, it is not suitable to stay in this place for a long time. You can escape and return to Suzhou. I don't know what to expect, so I should try to make fun of you." The girl happily agreed, so she bought a small boat and traveled at night. At dawn, the family members saw that the door of Anne's house was blocked. In the viewing room, the clothes and accessories are fine and soft, all registered, and there is no trace of them. The reasons are unpredictable and people visit them all over, but there is no trace. More than a year later, Hua O went to Changmen and saw a person sitting in the bookstore, who looked very similar to An. The follower reported that Hua Ling was looking for it. Tang Shang was in the workshop, holding the article and reading it, and his hand also had branches and fingers. The servant was surprised and asked who he was. Someone said, "This is Tang Bohu. He came back to report to China, so he went to visit him with a thorn in his hand." Tang came out to greet him and sat down. Hua looked at him again, and Guo Kexiao found out. When the tea comes and the fingers are exposed, it will undoubtedly increase the trust and safety. It was difficult to speak out, and he hesitated. Tang Ming drank wine together, half drunk. Hua couldn't bear it, because he told En's coming and going to find out. Tang Dan Wei Wei. Hua Yuyun said. His appearance and fingers look quite similar to those of a male, but I don't know why. Tang Yuweiwei, but refused to admit it. Hua became more suspicious and wanted to leave. Tang said, "Fortunately, the young man is calm, and he should be publicly dismembered." After several rounds of wine, Tang Mingtong held a candle and led the way into the back hall to invite the bride to come out and pay her respects. The pearls were heavily covered, so as not to reveal her charming face. After bowing, Tang brought his daughter close to Hua. She looked at her familiarly and said with a smile, "I don't seem to be a sycophant when I say Huan. Isn't it like this girl who doesn't know osmanthus?" They laughed at each other. "Don't." When Hua returned, he gave his daughter a rich dowry, and the marriage was concluded. Green Pearl. According to the Song Dynasty music history, Green Pearl biography, Green Pearl. His surname is Liang, from Bobai County, Baizhou. The prefectures include Nanchang County, Guiyue County, Qinxiang County, and Hanhuipu County. At the beginning of Wuda in Tang Dynasty, Shaomian was flattened. Set up Nanzhou here. Sun was changed to Baizhou and named after Baijiang. The state borders Bobai Mountain, Bobai River, Panlong Cave, Fangshan, Shuangjiao Mountain, and Dahuang Mountain. There is a pond on the mountain, and there are maids and concubines in the pond. Green beads grow at the foot of the double-horned mountain, beautiful and gorgeous. The customs of Yu Dynasty regard pearls as the most precious treasure. When a girl is born, she is called Zhu Nyang, and when a boy is born, she is called Pearl. This is why it is called Green Pearl. Jin Shizhua was the interview envoy of Jiaozhi and sent him 3 dendrobiums of real pearls. Chongyu Villa is located in Jinggu Stream in Hunan Province. There is golden water in the stream from Taibai source. Chongji set up a circular hall in Sichuanfu. Wolfzu can play the flute and is good at dancing. She worships the music of Ming Fei and writes a new poem, "I am a son of a good family. I will be alone in the court." Before the farewell is over, the predecessors have already resisted. The servants shed tears. Don't. The carriage horses are mourning and croaking. I feel sad and depressed for 5 years, and my tears are stained with pearls. After the journey was far away, the Xiongnu city was built. Yen stood in the Qionglu and added my name as the Yen family. There is no place for being special, and there is no honor for being noble. When father and son saw the mausoleum, they were ashamed and frightened. It is not easy to kill oneself, but to live in silence. There is no need to talk about living in poverty. I am always full of anger when I accumulate thoughts. I wish I could fly like a flying star and take advantage of it to conquer the world. Fei Hong paid no attention to me and stood there to screen the camp. In the past it was jade in a box, but now it is jade in excrement. Chow Hua is not enough to enjoy. Sweet and autumn grass together. A message passed down to future generations. It is difficult to marry far away. Chong also composed Trouble Song as a gift of green beads. There were more than 1,000 people who admired Chong's beauty, and dozens of them were selected to decorate them so that they could serve together without distinction. The jade carvings were inverted dragons. The engraved gold is a phoenix hairpin, and the knotted sleeves dance around the couplets. If you want to be called, don't call by name. Listen to the sound and look at the color of the hairpin. The one with the softest voice comes first. Those with beautiful hair come last. Advance according to the order of travel. Zhao Wangluan was in chaos, and the thief Sun Xiu sent people to ask for green beads. Chongfang Dengliang Temple, facing the clear water. Women wait on the side. The messenger informed him and sent out hundreds of maidservants to show him. All of them were covered with orchid and musk deer and were covered with silk clothes. He said, "It's up to you to choose." The messenger said, "The king is beautiful if he wears imperial clothes, but he is ordered to point out the green pearl." I don't know which one it is. Chong Baran said, "What I love is unavailable." Xiuyin is a member of the Jinluan clan. He suddenly arrived after withdrawing his troops. Chong called Luzhu and said, "I am now guilty of you." Luzhu said, "I wish I could die in front of you." Chongyin stopped, so he fell down and died. Chongqi Dongshi. At that time, people named the building Lzu Tower. The building is located in Buzhengli, near Dichuan, and in the east of Wangcheng. Luzhu had a disciple, Song Yi, who was of national beauty and good at playing the flute. Later he entered the palace of Emperor Ming of Jin Dynasty. Today there is a Paishui in Baizhou, which comes from Shuangjiao Mountain. Together with Rongzhou River, it is called Green Pearl River. Also in Guizhou there are Zhaojun Beach, Zhaojun Village, Zhaojun Chang, and in Wu there are Shishir Valley and Jinfen Pond, which are named after the place where the beauty came from. There is also the Green Pearl Well at the foot of Shuangjiao Mountain. An elder said, "Whoever drinks from this well, the daughter born will be more beautiful." Those who are knowledgeable in the area will use beauty to do no good to the country, so they will fill it with huge rocks. Afterwards, although there are women who give birth to beautiful women, their 7 orifices and limbs are numerous and incomplete. What a surprise! It is the result of mountains and rivers. All the girls in Zhaojun village had their faces burnt, so Bai Ji wrote in a poem, "If you don't take the precepts from those who have gone before, you may bring injustice to those who come back." Up to now, the faces of the village girls have been burned into scars. He also regretted the incompleteness. Niu Sengruz, The Travels of Zhou and Qin, says, "Stayed at the Empress Dowager Bo Temple for the night, met Mrs. Qi, Wang Chang, concubine Taizhen, and concubine Pan Shu, and each wrote poems and expressed their aspirations. There was a girl who was good at playing the flute, with short temples, narrow sleeves and belted sleeves, and was very beautiful. She came with Pan. The queen mother sat there with her and ordered her to play the flute and often drink wine. The queen mother looked over and asked, "Do you know this?" Shurja green beads are also. Concubine Pan adopted her as a younger sister. The queen mother said, "How can green pearl be without poetry?" Luzhu thanked him and said, "People today are not the same as before, and the sound of the flute is empty to blame Zhao Wangluan." Red fragments of mother of pearl are scattered downstairs, and the Golden Valley has not been springy for thousands of years. The queen mother said, "Niu Xiuzai has come from afar, who will accompany him today?" Luzhu said, "Shi Weiwei is a strict man. Now there is death, and there is no chaos. Although things are weird, let's talk about it." Oh. Although Shi Chang's defeat began with Luzhu, it also happened gradually. Chong often assassinated Jingzhou, robbed envoys from distant places, and killed merchants to become extremely rich. He also left Wang Kai with a poisonous bird, and together they committed poisonous things. With this conspiracy, every guest is invited to a banquet. If a beautiful lady goes out to drink wine, and if the guests can't finish the drink, they will be ordered to kill the beautiful lady at the Yellow Gate. Prime Minister Wang and the general visited Chong together. The Prime Minister couldn't drink at all, so he often forced himself to get drunk. As a great general, he refused to drink to see what happened. He had already killed 3 people. The gentleman said, "There is no way for misfortunes and blessings, they can only be called by people. Chang's heart is unjust, his actions kill people, and there is no retribution. If it is not Luzhu, there is no way to speed up Shi Chang's execution, and if it is Shi Chong, it is impossible to show the name of Luzhu. Luzhu's fall from the building is a sign of chastity for the servant." Compared with ancient times, it is called Lu Chu. Those who come out of 6 are also Wang Jinxian servants. Jinxian, Jinmin Crown Princess. Luoyang was in chaos, and Shi Lu plundered Xian and crossed Mengjin, hoping to get his wife. Jinxian scolded, "I am the crown prince's wife, Sidu's daughter. You are a Hu Chang boy. Dare you fuck me?" After saying this, he threw himself into the river. Lu Chu said, "Since the big one is there, it is also appropriate to be small." He threw himself into the river again. There was also a girl who was a maidservant whom Xiao Zhi loved during the Wu Zhou dynasty. She was very beautiful and good at singing and dancing. Zhi taught her to read, she was good at literature, and she was deeply loved by her. At that time, Wu Qingxi was arrogant and had a feast of wine. Unexpectedly, he bet his gold and jade on his beautiful wife. Knowing that it is invincible, it makes people go home and carry it back home. Knowing his regrets, he wrote Luzhu Pian to narrate his grievances. The poem says, Shijia Xingu's new voice. 10 Hu of pearls can be purchased from Pingting. It's extremely pitiful today, but it's so cute now. It is difficult to get a glimpse of the boudoir of the Jun family, but it is difficult to let others see it by singing and dancing. Wealth, and power are all incompatible with each other, and arrogance and power are incompatible with each other. I can't bear to leave you. In vain, covering one's face hurts the red powder. After 100 years of separation in a high-rise building, once the beauty becomes the king, she secretly asks the eunuchs of the inheritance family to pass the poem to the thief mother. The beautiful lady wept when she got the poem and threw herself into a well and died. The inheritance order drew out the poem and found the poem in her clothes. The eunuchs were whipped and killed, and the official Liaozhai knew about it and even killed them. Sad husband, the second son showed his love for his concubine to avoid the disaster of death. The so-called holding tie upside down is to give people a handle. Says, slowness hides and teaches thieves, and refines appearance and teaches adultery. This is what it means. Later poets named singing and dancing prostitutes after them. Gung Jinwu said, guests from the orchid hall arrived, and the fine strings of the silk mat were caressed. I made a speech as a wise king, and also taught the green pearl dance. Li Yuanchao said, the crimson tree shakes the singing fan, and the golden valley dance feast begins. The luo sleeves are brushed for the returning guests. Stay in the drunken jade cup. Mr. Jiang said, Lvza danced with tears in her eyes, and Sun Xiuqiang invited her. It has been hundreds of years since the green pearl disappeared, but poets are still chanting about it. What's the reason? It's like a servant girl who didn't know how to read but was able to appreciate the Lord's kindness and was so angry that he didn't care about himself. His ambition is fierce and his sincerity is enough to make future generations admire and sing. There are those who enjoy generous salaries, steal high positions, and lose benevolence and righteousness. Isn't it a shame that I have endless feelings and am always focused on profit, but my moral integrity is not as good as that of a woman? This is the story now. It's not just describing beauty, it's the source of disaster. And they want to punish those who have betrayed their kindness and betrayed their kindness. 10 days after Ji Luan's death, Zhao Wangluan was defeated. Zhao Quan, the general of Zhuowei, killed Sun Xiu in Zhongshu. Sergeant Zhao Jun cut open his heart and ate it. Luanin Jinyong City. Give gold crumbs and wine. Luan was ashamed, covered his face with a scarf and said, Sun Xiu has mistaken me. He drank gold shavings and died. All are families. Nan Yangxing said, this is the revenge of the false heaven. Otherwise, how can Xiao Yi stand up and see it? Webster's Zheng de Concealed Biography. In the Zhenyuan period, Zheng Dihao, the captain of Shangtan, lived in Changsha. He had a cousin living in Jiangxia and went to the province every year. In the middle is Dongting. When traveling through Xiangtan, I often encountered old men in boats, sipping water chestnuts and gravy. Although they had white hair, they had a young face. The concealment and language are as much as mystical explanations. He asked, there is no grain in the boat, how can we feed it? The old man said, Lingqin Gorgon ears. Virtue hides good wine, long holds a pine tree to brew mash in spring, crosses the Yangtze River, and meets all the old people who drink it. The concealed arrived in Jiangxia and will return to Changsha. The boat was stationed under the Yellow Crane Tower. There was a man named Jia Wei who was nearby. He took a huge boat and also arrived at Xiangtan. He said goodbye to his neighbor and drank wine that night. Wei Xing had a daughter, who lived in the rudder and oar of the boat. The neighbor's daughter also came to see her, and the two women laughed and talked together. At about midnight, I heard a scholar chanting a poem in the river. Things touch the boat, and the heart knows itself. The wind is calm, the waves are calm, and the moonlight is dim. Late at night, I went to the river to relieve my worries and thoughts, and I carried the fragrance of red sweet potatoes to my clothes. The girl in the neighboring boat was good at writing notes. When she saw a piece of red paper in Wei's dowry, she took it and wrote a sentence she had heard, and she chanted it for a long time. However, I don't know who made it. At the end of the day, things go away. De Man Zhou and Wei Shi Zhou left Hubei together and stayed in Xinsu. In the evening, they stayed together at the bank of Dongting, which was quite similar to Wei Xing Zhou Ji. Webster's beauty is beautiful, Qiunying is greasy in the clouds, and the lotus stamens are sparkling. The dew is shining, the moon is bright with pearls, and I am fishing in the water window. I am very happy to catch a glimpse of it. Then it looks like a foot of red gauze, with a poem written on it saying, "The slender hand hangs a hook to the water window, and the red lotus leaves are beautiful in the Yangtze River in autumn." It can not only solve the problem of friendship, but also beg for a pair of pearls. He forcefully used red gauze to provoke his hook, but the girl took it and recited it for a long time. However, although she read it satirically, she could not understand its meaning. The girl was not skilled in swordsmanship and had nothing to repay for her shame, so she used the hook to throw it into a neighboring boat girl at night. The person on the red note is said to have been made by a woman. The doubts are quite pleasant, and the joy can be known. However, I have no idea of the meaning of the poem, and I have no idea of its style. The girl tied the red gauze to her arm and cherished it. Under the bright moon and the clear breeze, Wei Zhou quickly spread his sails and sailed away. The wind is getting strong and the waves are scary, so it's a good idea to hide it from the small boat. I don't dare to cross the border, but I hate it. Towards dusk, a fisherman said to Dehui, "The person who visited me was traveling in a huge boat, and his whole family died in the Dongting." Dehui was shocked, his mind was in a trance, and he was so sad that he could not suppress it for a long time. It will be night. It is the second poem of Poems of Dia Jiangshu, which says, "Don't blow the strong wind on the lake, the waves are just beginning to bloom, and the moonlight is faint." I think deeply about the waves and cry, and we have to hang together. It also says, "The wind in Dongting is soft, the flowers are blooming in autumn, and the new ones are gone. The green moth is worried about the waves." You can't see the white apple in the teardrops, but there are light gulls on the moonlit river. The poem was completed and thrown into the sky. The essence penetrated the spirit, and the sincerity of the response was felt. Then he felt the water god, and he went to the water house. The king of the house looked at it, summoned several generations of drowned people, and said, "Who is Jing Sheng's beloved?" And Webster couldn't figure out its origin. If there is a master, he will search his arms. When he sees the red gauze, he will speak to the master of the house. Said, "The virtues are concealed from the future of the Ming dynasty in our city. Guangnong has righteousness and righteousness, so we must live up to our destiny." Because the person who summoned the Lord sent Jing Sheng with Webster. Webster regards the king as an old man. The person who was chasing the leader was rushing forward without any hindrance. When the road was about to end, he saw a large pool of clear water. The leader pushed him and fell into it. He either sank or floated, and was very miserable. It's the third watch, and Hyde hasn't gone to bed yet, but he is reciting poems written on red paper, which is sad but beneficial to the suffering. Suddenly I felt something touching the boat, but the boatman was already sleeping. Dehui held a torch and shined it, and saw that the clothes were colorfully embroidered, and it looked like a person. He was suddenly frightened and rescued him. It was Webster, and the red gauze tied on his arm was still there. Virtue hides happiness suddenly. After a long time, the girl took a rest and was able to speak at dawn. She said that the king of the house felt sorry for you and saved my life. Dehu said, "Who is the prince of the mansion?" He finally didn't realize it. Then he took it as a room and felt the difference. He will be returned to Changzhou, and in the next 3 years, De Huichang will be selected. He wanted to plot the Liling order. Weisher said, "It's just Beilinger." Dehu said, "How do you know?" Weisher said, "I told Mr. Shuifu that he is the Ming Prime Minister of our city. Dongting belongs to Beiling. This can be verified." Virtue hides ambition. The result of the selection is Beiling Ling. When they arrived at Beiling County, they sent people to meet Wei Shi. The boat reached the side of Dongting, but the wind was against it and they could not enter. Dehuo sent 5 people who hired pole workers to greet him, and they waited for a while to pull the boat. "If you don't care." Webster angrily spat. Looking back for a moment he said, "In the past, I saved your life in Shui Mansion, but I did not consider it a virtue, but now I am angry." Wei Shi was enlightened. He was frightened, so he called the old man to board the boat, bowed and poured in the wine and fruit. He kowtowed and said, "My parents are in Shuifu. Can you spare the pilgrimage?" "Yes," he said. For a moment, the boat seemed to be submerged in the waves. But no pain. When I arrived at the Shuifu mansion in the past, I leaned on a boat, mourned, and visited my parents. Parents live alone, as if they have left home, no different from the human world. Webster asked what he wanted, and his parents said, "Everything you drown can end up here, but it can't be burned. The only thing he eats is water chestnuts and Gorgon gordonii." Holding the platinum vessel and counting things, the bereaved daughter said, "I have no use for this, so I can give it to you. It won't last long." In order to encourage them to say goodbye, Wei Shi mourned to say goodbye to his parents. After a while, he wrote in a big pen on Wei Shi's scarf, "In the past, Jiangtu Lingqian people." Meng Jun drinks pine mash several times in spring. The living king's family thinks it's retribution, and cherishes Jing Diheo in Changsha. After the book was finished, the old man, who had served hundreds of generations, came back to the mansion in a boat. After a while, the boat came out of the lakeside. People in a boat can see something. Virtue conceals the poetic meaning. Fang realized that the old man in Shui Mansion was the one who used to make water chestnuts in the past. When he was more than a year old, the scholar Cui Shizhou submitted a poem to Dehui, which included Poem of Hibiscus Found on the River at Night, which was also a poem on Dehui written on red paper by Webster. Virtue conceals doubts, which is why Zhouxi is questioned. He said, "A few years ago, I parked my boat in a zhu. The moon was bright on the river. I was still awake when something small touched the boat. The fragrance hit my nose. I picked it up and saw it was a bunch of hibiscus. So I composed the poem and it was completed. I have been sarcastic for a long time, and I dare to tell the truth." The man sighed and said, "It's fate. Then I didn't dare to cross the Dongting." Virtue concealed from officials to the governor. Lu Tsuetsue, according to Jian Deng Xin Hua, Tsuetsue, whose surname is Lu, is a folk girl in Huayan. He was born intelligent and capable of reading poems and books. If his parents don't take away his ambition, he will be admitted to school. My classmate has a son named Jean, who is the same age as him and is also smart and handsome. Zhu Xingxi said, "Those of the same age should be husband and wife." The two also agreed privately. Jin Xing presented a poem to Tsuetsue and said, "The 12 Langan Qibao Terrace, the spring breeze is everywhere and the sun is blooming. Why not plant peach trees in the east garden and willows in the west garden?" Quickie said, "Every time I hate Zhu Yingtai in my life, why didn't I open my arms earlier? I hope Dong Jun will be diligent and move the flowers and trees to the sun as soon as possible. It's just that Tsuetsue is old and no longer has enough education." When her parents discuss marriage for her, they often weep and refuse to eat. When I asked him emotionally, he refused to say anything at first. Junai said, "The Shijia Jinding, I have promised to be my concubine. If you don't obey me, you will die. I swear you will not come to their house." The parents had no choice but to listen. Married on Suebu Day. All coins, silk and other belongings of lamb and goose are all prepared by the girl's family. Welcoming the son-in-law to the door, the two met, and it was obvious that they were happy. That evening, Tsuetsue wrote "Linjiang Immortal" by her pillow as a gift to her, saying, "I once went to the book window to share my pen and inkstone, and the old friend is now a new friend." The wedding room is full of flowers and candles. The sweat is stained with butterfly powder, and the body is stained with musk dust. I haven't gotten used to the heavy clouds in the rain, and my eyebrows are frowning in shame on my pillow. Don't say goodbye to light pity or regret. I hope that from now on, we will have blind dates in the near future. Sheng then rhymed. I remember that the same pen and inkstone were used in the study, and the relatives were not others. Bianzhou came to visit Wulingchun. Immortals live next to Zifu, and the world is separated from the world of mortals. We have made a vow to each other, and we have smiled and frowned several times. He talks to himself frequently, even to others. There is no other meaning in mind. Who can be close to someone else? The joy that the two enjoyed each other, even though the emerald was in the red sky and the mandarin ducks were swimming in the green water, it is indescribable. Within a year, Zhang Shiqing brothers raised troops in Gaoyu and captured all the counties in Huaidong. Cui was his subordinate General Li. Those who plundered. At the end of the Jing dynasty, Shiqing accepted the money from the Yuan dynasty and was willing to pay it to Jing Shuo. The road is open and the luggage is clear. When he was born, he said goodbye to his parents at home and abroad and wished to seek his wife. The stars and frost have repeatedly moved, and the bag has been exhausted. However, this heart has many obstacles in the end. Sleeping in the open on the grass, begging from others. Only to reach Huzhou. Then General Li will use his military services valuably, and he will be majestic and majestic. Xing stood at the door wall, hesitantly peeping, unable to move forward, wanting to speak but not daring. The stranger asked strangely, and he said, "I am from Huayan. Since the morning and chaos. I heard that there is a sister in your mansion. Now I have traveled thousands of miles to come here. I want to see her, but she is the only one." The envoy said, "But what is your name? How old is your sister? I have to hear it to judge the truth." Xing said, "My servant's surname is Lu and my given name is Jin Ding. My sister's name is Cui. He was literate and able to write. He was 17 years old when he lost it. Counting the years, he is now 24. When the people heard about it, they said, "There is a Lu family in the house, and he is from Huayan. He is more than 20 years old, literate and good at writing poems, and has a clever nature. A special room for my envoy's favor." Your words are true and I will tell you inside, so you can just wait and see. Then he ran to tell the story, and after a while, he asked the student to come in. The general sat in the hall, and the student stood up and bowed again, describing his song in detail. The general is a military man, and he believes without doubting. That is to say, he ordered to inform Cui, saying, "Your brother is coming here from the countryside. Please go out to see him." Cui accepted the order and went out to meet him in front of the hall with the courtesy of a brother and sister. "I can't say a word, just sad." The general said, "You have come from a far distance and are tired from the journey. And rest under my door. I should do what Su does." I immediately gave him new clothes and set up a curtain in the small pavilion on the west side of the door for him to stay. The next day, I called him and said, "Since your sister can read, do you also know how to read?" The general was overjoyed when he was told that he was a Confucian scholar. Entrusted with recording room. He is gentle by nature and benefit from simplicity. The top should be connected to the bottom, and it will be happy. The writing is written back to the bamboo slips, and the music expresses its meaning. The general thought he was winning people and treated them well. However, I came here originally to ask for a visit to his wife. After seeing you in front of the hall, you can never see him again. The boudoir is far-reaching and very strict inside and outside. If you want to achieve one goal, there will be no way around it. A few months passed by, and it was time to give them clothes. The west wind blew up in the evening, and the white dew turned into frost. Living alone in an empty house, unable to sleep all night, he wrote a poem. The good flowers have moved into the jade stems, and I have no chance to see the spring scenery again. Where you are happy, how do you know how miserable you are where you are sad? Although it is easy to say goodbye, it is difficult to see others. In what year did he return to the horse? The duck dances alone in this night court. The clouds and smoke in the fog pavilion are a little deeper, but it is a pity to live up to the reunion with the moon. The poem was completed, inscribed on a piece of paper, and the collar of the cloth garment was removed and sewn together. I put 100 coins in Xiaozhu, which belongs to her, and I pay it to my sister, so that she can sew to keep out the cold. Xiaoshu Ru Yen. Tsui understood its meaning, took off her clothes and wrote poems about it, which made her very sad. Swallowed and cried. This is a poem, also sewn into the collar, and you still have to pay for it. The poem says, a war breaks out from the hometown. There are many old sorrows and new hatreds. Although the heart has been broken, the love is hard to break. Even if we don't follow each other in life, we will follow in death. A long envoy's virtuous words hide a broken mirror. In the end, he taught his son Jianfu to write the poem Wandering Dragon, and the green pearl and jasper had something in his heart. Who knows that it will be here today? I got the poem when I was born, and I knew that I had promised to die, but I never wanted to see it again. But I became more and more depressed, and then I became ill. Tsui heard about it and asked the general. I have to greet you as soon as I arrive at the bedside. And getting sick is urgent. Tsui raised her body up with her arms. Sheng looked sideways, tears filled her eyes, let out a long sigh, and died in his hands. The general took pity on him and buried him at the foot of the ashram. Tsui returned from the funeral. I got sick that night, so I stopped drinking medicine and turned to my quilt. It was almost a month. Once he told the general, I have abandoned my family and been with you for 8 years. I have been living in other counties and have no relatives. I only had one brother, and now he is dead again. I will never get sick again. I am begging for my brother's body to be buried. Let the common people have support under the underworld, so that they will not be lonely ghosts in a foreign land. After saying this, he died. The general did not violate his ambition, and was buried on the left side of his tomb, just like 2 hills in the east and west. Lu Luanying according to Yi Zhenglu. Yan Lan and Lu Moshan in Liaozhou had an engagement to get married. On their birthday, Yan got a man and called him Zizhen, and Lu got a girl and called her Luanying, so they formed a long-term contract. Lu became a jinshi and became the official in charge of government, while Lan Ji got the teaching position from Gong and died. The family was too greedy to marry. Lu Yu wanted to betray the alliance. Luoning cried and told her mother, "Although I haven't left yet, my heart has made a promise. What he wants to do is just a matter of death." Her mother confessed to her father, but his father pretended to respond but did not promise. When Luoning saved her father from this alliance, she secretly persuaded her neighbors and went to tell Zizhen, "I have a private life. The princes will come to the back garden on a certain day and return home, and the marriage will be successful. If you are late, others will come first." When I heard about it, I couldn't restrain my joy, so I told my teacher's sons Lu Jiang and Lu Hai about the reason. Jiang and Hai made a secret plan to congratulate Zhen with wine, and they got drunk in the schoolhouse. The brothers visited the Lu family as expected. Luoning looked at the garden gate. It was almost dusk, so she paid it forward. But the little maid recognized Yan Sheng and said, "This is the Lu family's son." Luoning also noticed the difference and scolded him, "Why did the dog slave defraud me of my property? You should return it quickly, otherwise you should be sued and punished by the officials." Jiang and Hai were afraid that the matter would be revealed, so they killed Luoning and his maidservant and left. Zizhen woke up drunk in the middle of the night, regretting that he had broken the appointment. He got up in a hurry and went to the gate of Lu's nursery. The moon was dark, and he walked straight into the nursery and stomped on the bloody corpse. Stood, sniffed, and returned in fear. My clothes were stained with blood and I didn't dare to tell my family. At dawn, the Lu family realized that their daughter had been killed, but she didn't know her name. The official inquired all over, and contacted the neighboring women, so the first daughter made an appointment, and Zizhen was arrested. The blood-stained clothes were still there, and he couldn't distinguish a word. He was talking about death. Su Gong, the censor of the Hui dynasty, came here on patrol. At night, he dreamed of a headless woman crying. Lu Luoning was killed by the thieves Lu Jiang and Lu Hai, and I sat here instead. Fortunately, the Duke mourned for this prison, and my death will be immortal. Suddenly awakened. De Shu. Call him to ask him secret questions, and he will tell you about drinking in the rivers and seas with his treasures. The official pretended to have seen a ghost and reported it to himself, so he arrested the two evildoers and informed them, kowtowed and paid them, and executed them in the market. Then he released his treasure. Build a square for a girl and say, "Chastity," to express it. After Zhen came to the village to recommend him. People at the time wrote biographies about it. Wang Qiangnu, according to Jinglin Miscellaneous Notes, Qiangnu, whose surname is Wang and whose courtesy name is Ruanzhen, is from Changshan. His father died when he was 2 years old. The mother and Tong family, together with Qiangnu, are suitable for the rich Shen Bigui. Shen has no children, and loves him more than his own life. At the age of 14, he was good at lyrics and melodies. Words, virtue, craftsmanship, and appearance are all well prepared, and people from far and near are competing for employment. At that time, there were Su Tsongdao and Lu Junyu in the same room, and they were particularly eager to get married. Su Zichuolang and Lu Zihan were both handsome and well-groomed. And the same year as Qiongnu, Su Huazhou was poor but Lu became rich but had a white house. Hesitating and hesitating, nothing can be decided. One day, a knowledgeable person in the tribe said, "The choice of a son-in-law is a matter of emphasis on education. I have to summon 2 people to test it myself." In the morning of the 2nd lunar month, a banquet was held to welcome guests, and the famous places in the area gathered in the courtyard. Junyu and Songdao each came with their children. Although the Han Lao has a straight-looking character, he is quite reserved when ascending and descending and bowing down, while the Tao Lang is simple in his clothes and behaves calmly. The leader of the Shin clan has a man named Gung Yun, who is known as Jiren. He has already tacitly recognized his merits and demerits after seeing him for 2 lifetimes. It refers to the 4 paintings hanging on the wall: cherishing flowers, rising early in spring, loving the moon, sleeping late at night, holding the moon in the hand, and full clothes with fragrance of flowers. The old Han dynasty relied on wealth. I am too lazy to write poems and books, but when I hear my order, Sui Su will not be fulfilled for a long time. Tiao Lang dies Han calmly and becomes a man in an instant. The poem, "Cherish the Flowers and Get Up Early in Spring," goes like this. The rouge breaks through the peach calyx of Hunan at dawn, the heavy tea dew and the fragrant snow fall, the charming purple thickens the embroidery window, and the delicate red slants on the swing rope. The windladder got up from his dream. Before combing the clouds, he went to the dressing table. He smiled and called the maid to hold a bright candle and light the begonia first. "Is it open?" "Love the moon and sleep late at night," says. The fragrant shoulders are half undressed and the golden hairpin is removed, the heavy door is locked in silence late at night, and the pure soul is leaving the blue sea for the first time. The clear light has penetrated the red curtain. Wandering around without saying a word, fighting against the cold dew and falling phoenixes, the little girl whispers to call her back to bed, just like looking behind the rose stand. Holding the moon in the hand, says, the water in the silver pond is full of toads spitting out light, and Chang'e enters Feng Yi's mansion at night. The rippling pearls can be palpated, and the clear rabbit eagles can be counted. The beauty was stroking the spring green onions, and suddenly she was surprised that the ice wheel was in her palm. The female companion was smiling and talking to each other, holding up the Guanghan Palace on her fingertips. The farmers are full of fragrant flowers, says, the east wind is strong where the bell rings. The edges of the red and purple bushes have been standing there for a long time. Climbing the sticks with bare hands is afraid of being stabbed, and the golden lotus steps timidly because the moss is wet. The delicate fragrance covers the orchid hall, and the fragrant fragrance fills the embroidery room. Bees and butterflies enter the window one after another, flying around Luoshang. Seeing that the old man was at a loss what to do, Junyu was so ashamed that father and son did not return from the meal. So the four of them joined together to express their admiration, and the marriage proposal of Tiao Lang came to fruition. Since you have accepted the offer, you will definitely hire him in the hall because you love your son-in-law. Oh, Tong's illness. Cheong Nufang was waiting for medicine, but Tiao Lang came in to ask about his illness. He avoided getting there, so they met in front of his mother's bed. Seeing Cheong's extraordinary beauty, I felt secretly happy. Seal a piece of red paper and send it to Cheong by your maid. If you tear it apart, it will be empty paper. Because of his laughter, he replied to Tiao, saying, "The ashes and rosy notes shine evenly on the face. Why is Yulang too affectionate? It is not that there are no good sentences about romance, and 2 words of love cannot be written." Tiao Lang came back to praise the old man. The old man hated him for taking away his wife, so he gave him a white jade. Even the jade does not blame his son for his lack of learning. They gnashed their teeth against Su and Shen, and falsely accused them of dirty things, but they would not be in vain. Su garrisoned Liaoyang, Shen garrisoned outside the mountains, and the whole family went there. On the occasion of farewell, the audience was so sad and ecstatic that all the viewers shed tears. Since then, the North and the South have not heard of each other. It is time for you to die, and your family affairs will be in disarray. But Tom's mother and daughter were there, at Xiao Rant's thatched shop, beside the road where they sold wine. Although in the midst of adversity, Cheong Nu never regained his former appearance, but the pure quality of his youth was ultimately extraordinary. Those who have Wu as their commander are delighted. Want to marry as a concubine. Mr. Tong resigned from the appointment. Wu Jigu. The media was sent to say, Su Lang is stationed in Liaozhai, and his life and death are uncertain. Even if he is fine, how can he get married here? Cheong refused to listen, and Wu used his power to overwhelm him. Tong was afraid and said to Cheong Mao, Tiao has been gone for 5 years, and the news has disappeared. I am afraid that your behavior will eventually become ridiculous. If you are alone and widowed in a foreign country, what can you do to resist his toughness? Cheong cried and said, Su Ben suffered a disaster because of his son. He is unkind and his son has a dead ear. Because of the poem Man Ting Fong, he swore to himself, the colorful phoenixes are divided into groups, the text loses its couple, and the red cloud road reunites across the sky. In the old courtyard, the painted buildings were gathering dust. There are Jade and Beijing away from Yen, seeming to express their sorrow to the east wind. When the master goes away, he rolls up the curtain and returns with kindness and an empty house. A haggard girl from Jingyang, without meeting Lu Yi, it would be difficult to write letters. Sighing, the golden hairpin fell off the stockings, and the precious mirror left the stage. Thousands of miles away from Liaoyang, Lang has left. How soon will he come back? The lilac tree holds flowers until it dies, and is willing to bloom next to others. That night, he hanged himself in the room. His mother woke up and rescued him. It took a long time for him to recover. Commander Wu was so angry when he heard that he ordered his subordinates to smash his brewing vessel and drove him out of his house. Want to break it and trap it. At that time, there was Du Jun, the old post envoy, who was also from Changshan. He must have cherished the son and was quite friendly to each other. He pitied the Tong family for their loneliness, so he could live in peace in the post corridor. One day, 3 or 4 people in military uniforms came to the post. When Du Jun asked where he had come from, he said, We, a certain general of the Liaodong Guard, are sent to fetch troops from the South China Sea. We will stay here for the time being. When Mrs. Tong happened to come out from under the curtain, she saw a young man in the middle. He was very honest and sincere, not like a soldier. He kept looking at each other for several seconds, but his look of sadness was palpable. Mrs. Tong's heart was moved. Ask because of it. He said, Tiao, whose surname is Su, is from Changshan, Zhejiang. When I was young, my father tried to hire a noble daughter from the same village, Shenbai. She was unmarried, but the two families were banished to the garrison, and they didn't hear about each other for several years. When I entered the post office, I met him. Mom looks cool and alien. Therefore, if you don't feel melancholy, it's not because of him. Mrs. Tong asked again, where is the Shen family now? What's the name of Ju's daughter? His name is Qiangnu and his courtesy name is Ruanjun, he said. They were only 14 when they got married, but today they are 19. He learned about Su Hainan and forgot the prefecture and county where he lived. Hard to find. Tongshi said something to Qiangnu, and Xiong said, if so, husband. Tomorrow, I summoned her to the room and asked her carefully. Guitiao Lang has changed her name to Xilan and is not married yet. Mrs. Tong burst into tears and said, I am your mother-in-law. Your father-in-law is dead, and my mother and daughter are living here. After thousands of deaths, I have been reborn. I don't want to see each other again today. Then he was left alone in the company of Du and Tiao. Everyone sighed and thought it was a predestined relationship. Du Jun spent money to prepare gifts and married Tiao. On the eve of the wedding, she was overjoyed and sad. Qiong told her how sad she was. Because of the recitation of Du Shaoling's sentence, at night, I hold a candle, and the relationship is like sleeping in a dream. Tiao Fu said to him, don't worry, I will return to Liaodong with you in the coming year. Since Tiao's companion was Ding Zongqi, a loyal man, he said to Tiao, Jun Fong Yener. Don't just throw it away. We will take charge of the trip to hook up with the army. You are good at caring for your family and treat each other here. Tiao set up a farewell party. After everyone left, Commander Wu arrested him and became even more angry. In the name of a deserted army, he captured Tiao in prison, killed him with a stick, and hid his body in a kiln. The matchmaker was urgently ordered to Fear Tong's family and said, he is dead, so don't miss him. I will choose a day to pick up a sedan to meet him. If he refuses to disobey again, he will be poisoned. Qiong Nu made her mother promise. After the matchmaker left, he called his mother and said, if my son does not die, he will be humiliated by the violence. I will kill him in the night. The mother is no different. That night, suddenly the censor Fu Gong came to the post. Xiong Nu looked up to the sky and shouted, my husband has been wronged. He then filed a complaint. Fu Gong immediately resisted Zhang and heard that he was ordered to interrogate him, but he did not find his body. In the middle of the news, a shofar wind started blowing from the front of the hall. The public blessing said, the dead souls have knowledge, and they can guide me in the past. After saying this, the wind whirled, leading the horse's head in front, and ran to the kiln, blowing up charcoal ashes and seeing the corpse. When the commission officer inspected it, the scars were obvious. Wu Sui fell upon Gu. The public ordered the state officials to bury the emperor outside Gua. Qiangna wept and sank into the pond beside the tomb. He was buried because of his fate. Make public statements to the court. The Ministry of Rights marked its tomb as the tomb of a virtuous and righteous woman. The Tong family was also given clothes and a house by the official, and they were raised well throughout their lives. Mrs. Guogua, according to the music history, Taizhen Weizwen, the imperial concubine has 3 sisters, all of whom are well-dressed, skilled in playing tricks, and cleverly understand the purpose. Every time he enters the palace, he moves the sundial before leaving. In the 7th year of Tianbao's reign, I named my aunt the Lady of Korea. The 3rd aunt is the wife of Gua state, and the 8th aunt is the wife of Qin state. On the same day, they worshipped each other and were given a monthly payment of 100,000 as a fund for makeup and powder. People in the Gua kingdom do not wear makeup and show off their beauty, often with bare faces. Du Fu wrote a poem at that time. Mrs. Guogua accepted the Lord's favor and mounted her horse to enter the palace gate. However, she disliked the makeup and powder, so she lightly swept her eyebrows towards the Supreme Lord. He also gave the Gua state a shining night jade and the Qin state a 7-leaf crown. It was the treasure of Shidai, and he was so favored. Mo Xia, according to Wu Diji, He Lu sent generals to forge swords. Collect the essence of the 5 mountains and combine it with the essence of the hardware. Make 300 virgins sacrifice to the god of the furnace and play drums and culls. Gold and silver will not be sold, and iron will not drain out. His wife Moi said, "The iron juice is not flowing down." What's the plan? Qianzhang said, "My first master Yi made swords, but he didn't sell them, so I hired a woman as the furnace god, so I deserve it." Mo Xia heard the words and rushed into the furnace. The iron juice came out and turned into 2 swords. The male's name was Qianzhang, written in turtle script, and the female's name was Moxie, written in eel script. I cast 3,000 coins and was named General Moi. Li's daughter, according to Soshin Ji, to the east of Fujian, there is Yongling Mountain, dozens of miles high. Directly north of it, in the middle of the sky, there is a big snake, 7 or 8 feet long and more than 10 meters wide. Local customs are often fearful. Many of the Dongji captains and city officials died. Sacrifice cattle and sheep, so there will be no disaster. Some have dreams with people, or some have given orders to witches, wishing to obtain a virgin who is 12 or 13 years old. The commander-in-chief of the command and command shared the same fate. However, the anger never stops. They asked the family to give birth to a maidservant, and also raised the daughter of the guilty family. In August, they offered sacrifices to the slaves and sent them to the snake's den. The snake comes out and devours it. This has been going on for many years, and 9 girls have been used. At that time, the requisition was not obtained. Li Dan's family in Jiangla County has 6 daughters and no sons. His little daughter's name was Ji, and she wanted to apply for a job, but her parents wouldn't listen. He sent a message, "My parents have no identity, but they gave birth to 6 daughters, and none of them had a son. Although there is no son, it is as if there is no one. The daughter has no merit in helping her father. She cannot support her, consumes food and clothing, and has no benefit in life. It is better to die early. You can get a little money by selling your body." My parents didn't listen. I sent it to my latent body and couldn't stop it. Then go ahead and ask for a good sword and a snake-fighting dog. First, make a few stones and rice, fill it with honey, and place it at the mouth of the hole. The snake comes out at night, and its head is as big as a stove. The eyes are like a 2-foot mirror. When you smell the aroma, eat it first. When he released the dog bit him. When he cut off several swords from behind, the snake jumped out and died in the court. He put it into the acupuncture point and found 9 female skulls. He took them all out and returned slowly. When the king of Yu heard about it, he appointed him as his queen. He worshipped his father as a general, and both his mother and sister received rewards. Since then, there has been no evil in Dongji, and his songs still exist to this day. The Girl from Shihe. According to Fenyang County Chronicle, the girl from Shihe is the nephew of the immortal Boshan. The Han dynasty sent an envoy to the east of the city via the Shihe River and saw a woman flogging an old man. Wang's hair is white, and he kneels to receive the staff. The messenger is strange and asks about it. The answer is, "This is my concubine. In the past, my uncle's uncle, Bo Shanfu, learned the way of immortality and lived in seclusion in Huashan Mountain. I was worried that I was often sick. He was given the magic medicine and gradually regained his appearance. Today, my son refuses to take medicine, causing him to become senile. He couldn't do it, so he used the stick ear." The messenger asked about the year. The answer was, "I am 110 years old, and my son is 70 years old." This woman was found in Huashan Mountain. Mulan. According to Zhou Jilin's The Legend of Women, Mulan is from Shaanxi. He guarded the border for 12 years on behalf of his father, but no one knew he was a daughter. A poem about guarding the border. The gentleman said, "If you are like Mulan, you are also strong and honest." According to the biography of women, Ti Ying and Chao Yi were inferior to them, and Kai Ji bowed her head in shame and did not dare to compete with her. According to Fengyang Mansion Annals, Sui, Mulan, Wei family. People from Dongwei village in Haocheng. During the reign of Emperor Gong of the Sui dynasty, the northern Khans were troubled. The imperial court recruits troops, writes 12 volumes of strategies, and sits down to name them. Mulan thought that her father was going to be old and weak, and her younger siblings were all young, so she went to market to pommel horses and armor, and asked her father to garrison on his behalf. For 12 years, there are 8 formations out of 10. Although he has great merits, people will never know his daughter. When Ho Kai returned, the emperor commended him for his merits. Except for Shangshu, he was not accepted, and he sincerely asked the provincial government to pay homage to him. When he returned, he released his military uniform and old clothes. His fellow travelers were horrified and reported the incident to the court. He was summoned to the palace and accepted into the palace. He said, "I am worthy of your courtesy." He refused with death. The emperor was shocked and pitied. As a gift to the general, he was given the posthumous title of Shaolai. In the past, people in the hometown would offer sacrifices on April 8th to celebrate Xiaolia's birthday. Wang Chongqing's wife, according to the remaining words of A and B, Chongqing was from Xianan and was good at poetry. His wife is good at embroidery. Try and watch him embroider Buddha. It is slender and gorgeous, and the hair, eyebrows, light and clothing patterns are like Taoist and mysterious luck tubes. I have seen the most song embroidery, and this embroidery should not be given too much, which is called the King of Needles. Wang Xingfu and Wang Mingsheng, among other princes, wrote many poems about it. The second nature is severe jealousy. Chongqing went to Shuafang to pay homage to Zhou Zhongcheng. He was concerned that he had some foreign affairs, so he went to the embroidered Buddha to receive the precepts for sexual immorality and leave. According to Old News of Luoyang, Zhang Konggen's stepmother is a certain surname. According to Old News of Luoyang, Zhang Konggen's stepmother is a certain surname. He is from Hedong and has a good appearance. Wisdom and many tricks. On the 14th, he lost his virginity to the military academy and became a side chamber. The military academy substitute returned to Luoxia and came with him. The Supreme Party, when it gets sick, moves in because of the enemy. By the time he reached Baixiaji, his illness became more severe and he could not drink soup. From Chen to the west, there were more than 100 degrees of dysentery. It's a skeletal structure, stinking and messy, so you can't go near it. The military academy was disgusted with it, so he abandoned it and left. Those who do not eat for several days will be injured while traveling. There is an earthen niche beside the road that can accommodate several people. It was built as a shelter from the wind and rain for the woodcutter and boy herdsman. Passers-by took pity on him and took him to a cave. After a few days, the illness gradually recovered. The clothes were worn by the thugs, but they were only covered with fallen leaves and grass. Gradually he started walking and went to a shop. He asked beggars for food during the day and stayed under the eaves of the traveler at night. One day, an old woman said, "I see you are not a beggar. My place is not far away, only about 300 steps." Then he took it with him. Grandma washed him, dressed him in old clothes, and only ate porridge, drank vegetables and rice every day. Within a few months, he recovered as before, his face was gorgeous, and he was almost like a fairy. Suddenly a scholar came to know about Xiao Ji and asked to see him. I gave my grandma 50 pieces of colorful silk and carried her away. Let's go to Xiangyang to live together. King En, the commander-in-chief of Huixiang, rebelled against the army and killed the scholars on both sides and took their wives. From the advance and defeat, it is obtained by the rebels. Sent to Zhang Xiangzhai, the governor of the capital. Prime Minister Zhang followed the grace. Zhang Xiang obtained a total of more than 10 wives, and he only favored the wives of scholars. Zhang's main wife died, so he became his successor. Later, she was granted the title of Lady of the County. The family is run in a strict manner and everything is done with etiquette. And Zhang Jia envoy. Enter the title of Madam of a great country. Longevity finally came to Luoyang. People in the Kaiyuan Palace, according to Meng Qi's poem of Benshir, in Kaiyuan, the border troops were given silk clothes and made in the palace. A soldier wrote a poem in his short robe and said, "The garrison is being conquered on the battlefield." The cold and bitterness are like sleeping. Once the shirt is made by hands, who knows where it will fall? Deliberately add more threads, and share the affection together. This life has passed, and we will reunite for the next life. The soldiers whiten their commanders with poems, and the commanders advance. Xuanzong spread the poems throughout the palace and said, "The author should not hide himself. It's not your fault." There was a man in the palace who said that he would die forever. His superiors felt pity for him, so he married the poet, saying, "I am bound to you for this life." The people on the side cried. Cainyan's Guiyuan Song Tan. In the Jing dynasty, he was the governor of Runzhou during the reign of Emperor Suzong. Brother Can. My sister-in-law, Mrs. Zhang, is 16 years old. Her name is Cainyang. She is chaste and graceful. At the Agarwood feast on the Chinese Valentine's Day, Qi was with the weaver girl. That evening, Meng Yunyu parked her car under the cover of rain, and ordered Cainyang to say, "I, the weaver girl, are you blessed?" She said, "Would like to beg for a clever ear." She left a gold needle. More than an inch long, it is decorated on paper and placed in the train belt. I am ordered to be silent for 3 days. You should be clever and clever, but you will transform into a man. After 2 days, he told his mother. If the mother looks at it differently, the paper will be empty, but the stitch marks are still there. Several of Zhang's daughters died. When she was pregnant, Cainyang suddenly fell ill and refused to say anything. Mrs. Zhang said bitterly, "All 5 men and women have died. What's the point of getting pregnant again? He will take medicine to damage it." When the medicine was about to be taken, Cainyang suddenly called her a murderer in the dark. The mother was surprised and said, "A woman should eventually become a man." This is what the mother carries. If you feel anxious after smelling the medicine, call it out. The mother was different, so she refused to take the medicine. The mother was looking for a dead man. After the burial, the mother felt sad, so she collected the things she usually played with and hid them. Before the time passed, a boy was born. Maybe someone moved the hidden things. The child is crying. Mrs. Zhang's daughter cried, and her son also cried, and stopped immediately. It is Cainyang's later body, so he is called uncle. Later he went to the Zhou kingdom. According to Huang Daopo's Zhuigenglu, Fujian and Guangzhou have a variety of wood cotton, which can be spun into cloth and is called Jibei. 50 miles east of Songjiang Prefecture, it is called Wunajing. The land and fields are barren and the people do not have enough food. They seek arboriculture to support their business, so they find seeds there. At first, there was no bicycle vertebrae. Make it and cut it off with your hands. When the strings and bamboo arcs are placed between the presses, they vibrate and become the medicine. It is very difficult to achieve the result. In the early days of the Republic of China, there was a woman named Huang Daopo who came from Yazhou and taught how to make elastic and weaving tools. As for the different colors of yarns and the headling and stitching of flowers, each had its own method. The quilt belt was woven with the old story, and the words, chess game, written on it by folded branches and tuanfeng were written in a charming way. After people have been taught, they compete with each other to do things. When they transfer goods to other counties, their families become prosperous. Not long after, the woman died, and everyone buried her together with gratitude and tears. They also built a shrine. When he was young, he enjoyed it. 30 years later, the temple was destroyed and Zhao Yushuan, a native of the country, rebuilt it. Now the word has been destroyed again, and no one created it. The name of Taoist mother is gradually disappearing into obscurity. Shenzhen according to Li Qingji, Dr. Taichang Zhenghuangu. He lives in Dongdu, in the same lane as General Lu. Returning to ancient times, the general transferred to the western capital. Lu Sheng held a banquet to entertain all the prostitutes. They sang songs and recommended wine to the wine shop. There was a prostitute with a charming appearance. Zheng peeked at it and felt nostalgic. Lu said to Zheng, "This is really true." Binliang's son is quite good at writing. Please compose a poem to express your feelings, and when you are waiting for the doctor's orders, you should send congratulations. An ancient poem said, "The gods come out of the bridal chamber, their clear voices are better than the orchestral strings, the lyrics are light and white, and the songs are composed of colorful clouds." Since Pei Xiu was not born, why not beg Jing Xian? Unable to bear the Golden Valley water, he crossed before falling from the building. Lu read the poem and was overjoyed, and Jinjin thanked him. He arrived in Beijing in ancient times and paid homage to Iguan, but he was seriously ill. He sent a letter to Lu, who immediately sent Jinjin to Beijing to welcome Zheng to meet him. Jinjin dressed up as Rongji. Bye. Before returning to ancient times, he suddenly held his real hand and died with a long sigh. Ko Lai's concubine Qian Tao, Ko Lai's concubine, is beautiful, clever and capable of poetry. The Duke often held banquets, gathered all the prostitutes, and rewarded them with thousands of damasks. Qian Tao presented 2 unique poems, saying, "A clear song and a bunch of silk, the beauty still thinks that she is too light. I wonder how many times the weaver girl can weave it under the cold window. Wind-moving clothes are worn with one hand, and the window is rolling with cold shuttles. The weather is short and the sky is short. How is it like a song from a witch?" Gongha said, "What will happen to the general and prime minister's achievements? I can't stand the rush and rush like a shuttle. Why do you need to ask about everything in the world? Let's listen to the beautiful songs before you." Ji Gong was demoted to Lingnan and passed through Hangzhou. Qian Tao was seriously ill. He said to the Duke, "I will not be able to get up. Fortunately, I was buried at the foot of Tianzhu mountain." The Duke was shocked and mourned. Qian Tao replied, "It is better for me to love myself, and I will not live for a long time." That's it, he died in Liaozhai. Today Qitao's tomb is in Tianzhu. Qiao Jia Fufeng Qiao Shi's uncle's wife was the daughter of Ban Biao from the same county. Her name was Zhao, her courtesy name was Hui Ban, her last name was Ji, and she was a learned and talented woman. Uncle Shi died early and followed the law with integrity. Brother Gu is the author of Book of Han. His 8 tables and astronomical records were not completed. With the emperor's edict, he went to the east to view Zhangshuj and built it one after another. The emperor summoned the emperor to the palace and ordered the queen and other nobles to teach him. Called everyone. Every contribution of foreign matter. He often ordered everyone to compose poems and odes. When Empress Dowager Deng came to court, she heard about political affairs. Due to his diligence in coming in and out, he was specially granted the title of Marquis of Guanyi, and he was promoted to the rank of Prime Minister. At that time, the Book of Han was first published, and many of it could not be understood. Ma Rong from the same county fell in front of you and read it from Zhao. Later, he ordered Brother Rong to continue and succeed Zhao Cheng. In Yongchu Middle School, the Empress Dowager's brother, General Deng Ji, was worried about his mother and wrote a letter begging for his life. The Queen Mother didn't want to agree, so she asked Zhao. Zhao Yin was sparse, and the Queen Mother agreed to it. So the stallions and others all returned to their hometowns. He wrote 7 chapters of Female Commandments. Ma Rong is good at it and makes his wife and daughter learn it. Zhao's sister Chao Fengsheng is also talented and intelligent. It is difficult for her to write books and her words are impressive. When Zhao died in his 70s, the Empress Dowager mourned in plain clothes and sent envoys to supervise the funeral. The poems, odes and inscriptions written by. There are 16 articles including poems, questions, notes, laments, books, treatises, essays, and testaments. His wife, Ding, compiled it and wrote Everyone Praises. Wang Kuei was frustrated in his junior high school and settled in Liaozhai, Shandong. A friend invited him to visit Beishur, a small house in a deep alley. There was a woman of the Yin family who was extremely beautiful. She drank wine and said, "A certain person is named Guiying. Wine is the beauty of heaven. If you take Guiying and drink the wealth of heaven, it will be a sign of success in the coming spring." The title says, "I heard you singing at Xie's banquet." Who is wearing jade on the curtain? A sound passed through the blue autumn sky, and a few moving clouds did not dare to fly. Ing said, "You just want to learn, and I will take care of what the 4 seasons require." From then on, Kuei dynasty left and returned in the evening. After a year passed, there was an edict to seek talents, and Ing was used to organize the journey to the west. It will be done soon. When they arrived at Wanghai Temple in the north of the state, they made an alliance and said, "Guiying and I swear not to be incompetent. If there is a divorce, the gods will kill him." Kuei went to the capital and sent a poem saying, "If you lose me by looking at the moon and grinding the clouds, all the flowers will be spent. Jean Lu is a man. I will go there if I succeed in the spring." It is good to raise mandarin ducks into a pond. Later, he ranked first in the world, and Ing wrote a poem to congratulate him. When someone comes to announce the good news, he knocks on the door in a hurry. When I hear the news for the first time, I know that I am happy. As expected, the Pegasus suddenly jumped up, but the dragon refused to follow the dragon. Chuan-o grottos in the sky in the sea. There are no osmanthus branches in the moon. Only Sima's poems were preserved in the Han Palace, while only Song Jun's poems were allowed in the Jin court. When the body is on the dragon's head, the clouds and thunder rush, and the name falls into the world like a thunderbolt. A list of immortals came out with him, and all the ministers from Juku were late. Looking back at the hazy road. The Qing dynasty of Shun and Yu was in good time. The husband, the noble lady, has been honored through the ages, and her talent and appearance are in perfect harmony with her husband. The poem I sent back says, "In the splendid country of Shanghua, the fairy man is proud and arrogant. Unexpectedly, I have a haggard and quiet boudoir quality, and I feel that the spring clothes have long ribbons every day." Another poem says, "It is the right time to wash up in Xanadu. It is expected that the beloved will think about it immediately when he sees it. When he comes back to the yug in the morning and evening, he has to teach Zhang Cheng how to draw new eyebrows." Ka privately thought, the name of the department is like this, can it be insulted by prostitution? He didn't reply. And Kuei's father had asked Shui to marry him. When Kuei was awarded the title of judge of Shuzhou, Yingxi said, "Su is not far away from here. I should send someone to greet me." He sent his servant to write the letter, and Kuei Fong sat in the hall to decide the matter. He was very angry and scolded the letter but did not accept it. Ying said, "If you have failed me like this, you should die as retribution." He swung his knife and killed himself. Kuei came from Nandu to test the hospital. Someone came out from under the candle, and he was Ying. Kuei said, "Are you okay?" Ying said, "You are so kind and unjust, and broke your oath to make an alliance with Chongqing, so I am here." Kuei said, "My crime is that I recited Buddhist scriptures and burned too much for you. Can I give up paper money?" Ying said, "I will stop when I get your order, I don't know anything else." Kuei wanted to stab himself. His mother said, "Why are you so disobedient and chaotic?" Kuei said, "I met with my grievances every day and forced me to die. My mother summoned the Taoist priest Ma Shaosu to recommend him to the altar. When Shou Suming arrived at the government office, Kuei and Guifa stood together. Someone said, don't go back to the wedding ceremony." A few days later, Kuei died. Bai Lao Cheng, Fan So of Baoding, had only one son, named Xian. The disciples of Shibabu Fu are extremely weak and loved by the old man. Due to poverty, he is still not married at the age of 19. It's time for autumn, when the curtains are drawn down and I start my career. One night, while he was working on regular script at his desk, a good-looking woman suddenly appeared. She was wearing foreign gauze and snowflakes, her hair was covered with foreign flowers, and she had a foreign steel watch hanging on her lap. She was very pretty. Gu Xing praised her and said, "What a good pen." Xing Shenwei Fox. Ignore it. However, from now on, you may hold your raw hands, lean on your raw shoulders, stroke your raw pants, and engage in all kinds of teasing, but the fragrance of your skin and hair can be intoxicating, and you will not be able to control yourself for a long time. So he went with him. The woman does not hide herself from being a fox, but she only encourages students to convert to God to avoid poverty. Xing Man responds. After more than a month, my body was exhausted and my bones were broken. The old man Gu Zixiang is gradually selling out, and he inquires about it in surprise, and tells the truth. There is no way to send him away, and he is inexplicably worried. One day, an old man came, with pale face and white hair, calling himself Lao Changbai. I went to the hall to pay homage to the old man. He looked kind and he said, "My family is in Xishan, where I am a young scholar and a master of military service." The old man asked for cure for his son's illness, and said, "Air." The halberd finger drew a water curse, and when it was moved, it sprinkled all over the house, and the fox fruit disappeared. The old man wanted to give gold, but he didn't accept it. He said, "The virtuous man is in trouble." Asked why, he said, "If the servant is there, the fox will escape. If the servant is gone, the fox will come again and become more aggressive. The servant is toiling again and cannot live in the dust forever. What can I do?" The old man asked for safety, and said, "No, my servant is old and has a hairpin. He is still waiting for a word. He is his wife and son. He also has skills and is definitely a talisman for the young master." Isn't it the best of both worlds to avoid aging and getting tired? The old man was happy and agreed. The next day, the old man came with a brown crown and fresh clothes. He helped him out and found a stunningly beautiful girl. She has a slim waist and a light and soft body. She walks easily and has no shyness. The old man and the old man sit back and watch the wedding ceremony. The harp and harp are both playing, and the music is extremely enjoyable. In the evening, the young man is sent to the bridal chamber, and the old man is removed from the room. In the middle of the night, I suddenly heard a loud sound of peeling and pecking, and the old man pulled out the door to take a look. It was the fox that the old man had chased away. Bai Zhizhi also arises. He asked, "You are determined to seek death. Otherwise, why would you come back?" The fox said angrily, "You are nothing more than a giant snake's ear in the western mountains. How dare you pretend to drive the fox away and find a husband for your daughter? How shameless is that?" Bai Yi was angry and said the tongue is several feet long, as straight as a sword, and it pierces the woman's nose. The fox fell to the ground and regained his original appearance. He spoke like a human being, pleading and pleading, saying in vain, "The law does not forgive me. Look, my daughter is seeking good luck in everything on the eve of her marriage. Since you know the power of tongue and sword, you are afraid of it and run away quickly. It's a shameless thing. The fox fled in a hurry. The next day, the old man was sitting in the middle hall, watching his daughter combing her hair and her son-in-law holding a roll, chatting with him about everyday things. Suddenly, a ghostly monk from the fox party came, claiming to kill demons, and broke in. He sat on the ground, closed his eyes and clasped his hands, and murmured incantations. Bai Xiao said, "Is this the end of skill? Fire." In response to the sound of the fierce flames, the ghostly light monk burned like a fat male, and a mouse scurried away with its head in its arms. First, the fox returns to complain to the master and sends ghosts under his sect to come. When the ghost came back, he sent the mandrill monk again. As soon as he reached the door, he screamed like thunder and his belly was as big as a penning pig. He held a sharp blade in his hand, as bright as frost and snow. But Bai Ji was waiting in the veranda, and before he could say anything, Bai Ji suddenly shouted, "Fire!" The fire immediately started on the mandrill's buttocks, soaring up to his eyebrows. His forehead was rotten and his head was unbearably scorched. Of burning. There were many old and young men and women in the city stroking their palms and saying, "Hurry up to this fire." The master was ashamed and angry, shouting at General Bien, and ate gold, and even took advantage of his power. A certain person accepted the order in a panic, and flew the lottery to capture the old man and the young master. He would put the official in jail and sit down with evil magic. The harvester is at the door. The student replied to his daughter, saying, "My father tried to exorcise someone, and now I have offended you. It is not a pity that someone dies, and I am the one who is embarrassed." The daughter also wept. The old man Gu Sheng said with a smile, "You foolish man, how could you be so discouraged and follow the master? It's up to the servant to do the cutting and sawing of stringers and poplars. I have nothing to do with your father and son. Tomorrow, a certain Ji Sheng will bring the rope to justice." He is speechless, but shouts, "Mr. Bai Zhang, save me." Bai came in proudly, standing up straight without kneeling. Gu couldn't stop laughing. His tongue came out of his lips, and the light was as bright as the morning glow. Gu was frightened and said in surprise, "You are a monster. Dare it be so?" Said, "I am here to serve the old white snake of Shishan who is more than 1,000 years old. Ranpu practices and masters the art of breathing, and never bites people or harms living things. Therefore, thunder cannot kill, immortal magic cannot correct. It is a snake and a human, and it will become an immortal. I regard you as a superior person. But it is even more derisory to compare a human to an animal and an animal to a human." After saying this, a scale emerged from his sleeve, as big as a basin and as bright as a mirror. He presented it to the case and said, "This is a special thing. Please give it to me as a bribe. If someone takes it from a candle, the donkey's head will be repaired." The sweat is soaked like the breath on a steamer. If you throw it quickly, it will fall to the ground with a clang, broken and instantly destroyed. Someone yelled and cursed. Bai Xiao said, "The reason why this person is a donkey is that he thinks he is a big star. As soon as he sees fodder, he bows his head, clamps his ears and is restrained. The ability of a donkey. But this is the ear. After saying this, the laughter was like splitting bamboo, like anger, and all the officials in the hall were pale. Then he sighed and said, Gong Jian opened a county in the government, and he can't manage livestock, and he is a stupid animal. How stupid can a good citizen who has committed innocent crimes be? Moreover, when animals come, their sins cannot be described in detail. Anyone with a human heart would not think of sleeping on their skin and eating their flesh. Why should the public defend it alone? Or is it because of Esau that you have no choice but to do it? Someone was speechless and shouted, Come on the stick. Bai Imu said, The donkey nature is coming back. Fire. Before he had finished speaking, the clothes and shoes of the people sitting in the seat had been simmered to ashes. A certain man did not dare to answer the question, so he immediately released Fan So and thanked Hu Dang for his life. Bai also led him away from here and never came again. Hu Dang was afraid of Bai Nu and would not come back. Dare to take revenge. One day, the fox came to worship the girl. I can't swear. The girl turned around and said, Why bother? Why don't you take my old father to go, and you will be willing to let me and my wife live? She said, No, I don't have this method, let alone this courage. I am a heavenly woman, willing to hold a turban and a comb to act as a lowly person. Maid, the evil of that law will never be able to defeat the good. It will be extinguished and cannot burn. Yesterday, the fire dragon's son was enlightened and suddenly realized that he came to rely on his wife to avoid the thunder. The woman said, Since you are sincere, you can stay. But you are not allowed to confuse Mr. Lang. My maid made an oath by pointing to the sky. My maid was in her boudoir, performing miscellaneous plays to entertain her. It can fly with one foot and perform the Shangyang dance. The girl said, I can defeat the few with more, is that okay? In a moment, dozens of slender feet were stretched out under the skirt, and they were all as tall as young bamboo shoots. The maid was frightened and frightened. Don't dare to be cute. However, he is not at home at all, and spends time privately with his servants. The girl sent her away with kind words, and there was no other difference after that. Gu Huir Dong Jun from Shishan Mountain in Yangzhou, whose name is Xiaoxiu and whose courtesy name is Mei Zhenping, is a handsome man. Don't use prodigies to supplement your PhD disciples. His father Sheng loved him as much as his fate. The thief Lu Qinghai was making moves. The villages, forts, counties and regiments defend themselves. The sons of ordinary families have more free time to practice martial arts, and they have to live with it. The selection of a mate is very stringent, as it is said, when you marry a wife, you must have no vulgar charm, and only when you have a son from a common man can you get something beautiful, like a dove with a fluffy head. Better than a widower. The fruit is pleasing. It should not be limited by family background. For a while, it was discussed that marriage would be allowed. Sheng couldn't bear to brush it off. Therefore, he still lived alone in his old age. One day, an old couple came with a young girl and a bald boy. They were from Yunshan and their surname was Gu. He is good at acting, singing the trumpet and playing drums, and each contributes his talents. The girl's name is Gu Huier. She is pretty, makes pots, sings partridge, and dances with branches. The spectators are like a wall. Everyone applauded, especially for being able to play on the rope with slim legs. Her clean and bright hair makes people think of Gongsun Auntie. As soon as the girl came down, she saw a bald boy offering square peaches and planting zhuangzi claws. Changing creatures. The woman suddenly held up a gold lacquer plate, asking for show value. The harvest was very rich, and I saw a crowd of people. Like a flock of chickens standing tall, you can't bear to go away when you stare at them. Life also loves its beauty. Eyes wandering. When I was young, I was thirsty and wanted to drink. A woman from 100 paces away suddenly threw cherries into my mouth. She hit the target repeatedly, as if the bullet missed the target. The city is scattered and people are watching, and there are living couples walking in the suburbs. The woman suddenly held her clothes behind her and asked her name and address, telling her in detail. He also wrapped 100 cherries in an embroidered handkerchief as a gift to the student, and said, "On a quiet night, the man passed by my apartment to have a chat." The student responded, but in the end he was timid about things. "There will be another show tomorrow, so I don't dare to go." A matchmaker came to Zhuo Yixing and said, "Jesu loves a virtuous man and a handsome man. I wish that my daughter would serve her with a dustpan." Xing Chueji, I don't know how to live. The next year, the old lady came back, opened a paddock in the nearby village Fangchao Chao, built a walking platform, colorful silk mixed, golden and green. She threatened to say, "My daughter is old enough to be a married woman, but I don't want to marry Hongronger. Now I make a pact with all of you, no matter your rank or family background. If you dare to go on stage and fight with my daughter, I will marry you if you win." Old people never break their promises. Every morning after the drumming is finished, mourning, silk, and bamboos are played over and over again. The women appear on stage with colorful makeup and smiles, which is even more beautiful than in the past. Seeing the gathering of young and old people in the audience, he grabbed the plate and sang, "Afraid of flying after the willow blossoms, the best flowers are not wild roses. The roses tend to hurt the hands. If the man is ruthless, the concubine will return home. After the song, she is charming." He called out, "Good man, why don't you give me some advice? Keep your head low. There is no need to be shy for skirt shy to smile." The evil young man here loves his beauty, hates his boasting, and despises his softness, so he rushes forward. As soon as they fight, he is thrown from a high place like a tile, and there is no winner for several days. The next day, I heard about it in the school. It's different. Come and take a peek with your classmates. The woman playing the cymbals sang, "There is a clear breeze on the water and the moon is rising in the sky. Butterflies are fluttering in the clouds. I won't come if you don't care for me. Why not break the beautiful flowers if you want to break them?" When I heard this, I was moved, but I was afraid of my courage and did not dare to fight. Everyone encouraged him. Then he grabs his clothes and jumps up to the top, trying to win over the beauties and making them smile. When a girl saw Sheng, if she didn't know her, she would say with a smile, "I am a humble concubine. I don't dare to belong to a famous family. It's not child's play to borrow my good skills to make red silk. If I dare to offend my dignity, can you show me mercy?" Sheng said. "Try it." Everyone saw it. The boy and the girl are like beautiful flowers on the wall, dancing in the wind. There is no girl who bends her small waist, raises the lotus petals, and behaves like a goddess sweeping flowers. The boy takes advantage of the opportunity and throws his foot, and the girl has fallen 100 steps away, lying on the ground and crying. The ladies all came out and clapped their hands and said, "My real son-in-law." That is to say, he paid tribute to Yixing's family and informed Sheng of his intention. Sheng refused. Wang said, "I have predicted it before. Who taught Wen Lang to show his skills and show no mercy and love?" Gu Huier made a fool of herself on the spot, unlike anyone on the market who could let anyone mess around with her fruit and vegetables. Sheng should not. The woman said, "If it's not difficult to break the contract, I'll just throw it away with my bald boy." Sheng angrily scolded her. The old man then broke down the big locust tree in front of the court. The tree was cut like a knife, and he said, "The marriage of children is destined for 3 lives. Anyone who dares to insist on it again." There are such trees. The beginning of Shing dynasty was frightening. The elders and elders in the village admired his deeds and praised them for their achievements. In a moment, the drums and music were thundering, and the colorful carriages arrived at the door. More than 10 people with white feet and athletic bodies took turns to carry the dowry, which was very rich. The call was born, and it was a good gift to pay homage. There was a banquet in the hall, and the old lady was sitting on it. Gu villagers said, "Although the girl's appearance is ugly, and the dowry box is thin, is it still not humiliating to wipe the casket?" After raising the glass and taking a sip, the bald boy knelt down and said, "2 guards are ready." Wang said her words immediately, but Sheng couldn't persuade her to stay. "Why ask?" said, "The foolish couple are very busy. They are busy in the world, and they are acting on the occasion to choose a son-in-law for the little girl. They entrusted it to someone, and from now on, there is no end to the world." They hurriedly went out, each with a mule astride the wind, and there were many traces. Dark and quiet. Everyone was shocked and didn't know who it was. When I entered the bridal chamber, I saw it was extremely magnificent, and I didn't know how to do it suddenly. When the children heard about the beauty, they rushed to get wine to celebrate it. This is commonly called giving a room, but in fact, it is a bad habit of drinking, chewing, and teasing. I was born to encourage everyone to drink. Intoxicated, the guests dispersed, and the jade mountain collapsed. The lotus leaks 3 times, and the child lies down on the embroidered couch. The girl Ningzhuang sat on the side of the mirror and sent her maid to bed. Suddenly, there was a flash of a knife on the top of the bed. The woman said nothing and stayed asleep to wait for it. The gentleman on Gai Liang looks down at his rich dowry. Taking advantage of the commotion in the new year, Inu was brave enough to catch a thief, so she suddenly jumped down from the top of the bed, carried a huge basket on her shoulders, and left the room. The woman calmly drew the blade and followed it. The thieves jumped up to the house, climbed to the top of the house, and scaled to the wall of the building. The girl suddenly caught him by the collar. If there is a great pressure, the thief will abandon the basket and mourn for it. The woman said, "If the dog slave doesn't leave all evidence, I can't do anything to my husband, so I'll leave the leader behind." The thief mourned him, crying and wanted to die, so the woman drew a knife and cut him under both ears before letting him go. The woman returns home with her sleeves in hand. Everyone was sleeping soundly, and the chickens and dogs were not frightened. Cover the house to remove makeup, move the candle into the curtain, undress for the living, and put the incense quilt in your arms. When you wake up and touch it, your skin will be smooth and your fragrance will be gentle, making you feel like a virgin. Early in the morning, I went to see my aunt. She took out her sleeves and threw them on her ears. The blood was still dripping from her eyes. If you are surprised, tell me in detail. Asked, "If you are really brave, how can you be a timid scholar?" He said, "It's just a trick to climb a dragon and attach yourself to a phoenix." Asked, "Who is this lady?" She laughed and didn't answer. The couple is very devoted, they are extremely filial to their father-in-law, and they are especially good at hoarding money. After their daughter returned home, the family became extremely rich. Xing started from poverty. She is stingy with capital, and women always use money to make money. In recent years, thieves have come from the West. It turns out that the whole village wants to move, but women cannot. There is a temple to King Luli in the east of the village, but it has been in ruins for a long time. The women demolished the temple and left it on the side of the road. Like village cloth, like stars. Hiding the old man in the tsusher, he asked the villagers to lie down at the key pass, saying, "When you see the light, you will start shouting." After the arrangement was completed, thieves arrived in large numbers, and ants arrived in the bee colony, as fast as the wind and rain. Women put on beautiful makeup and set up the village gate, beckoning them with their hands. The thief rushes into thousands of rocks and ravines, becoming more and more lost as he goes. Just as they were planning to retreat, the tiles suddenly flew up and shattered the thieves' heads. The black wind roared and the day seemed like darkness. The thief saw a woman holding a red gauze lantern to guide her and said, "I am the dragon girl in front of Guanin's case. I will follow you and you will live." The thief knelt down. After reciting the name of the Buddha and walking for more than 10 steps, I saw the gauze lamp shining brightly, and all the crouching ones rose up, shouting loudly, and the thieves trampled on each other and fell into the swamp. When the wind calms down, when officers and soldiers come, they will be captured as soon as possible. There is a thief inside who has no ears. He is the one carrying the bag in front of him. The woman donated 5,000 gold as a dowry to rebuild King Li's temple, and recorded it on a stele. It is said that it was Jia Li's divine help, and she attributed it to God. They also sent out 2,000 gold coins to provide relief to the countryside, and stop the situation. The girl laughed and said, Lang Shang relies on his military preparations for everything he can do. Then he was born and passed away. Both parents died one after another. The first son was born, a famous villager, handsome and amiable. I urgently want to hire a famous female official to take care of the family affairs. At that time, there was a widow in the village who gave birth to a posthumous daughter and died. The daughter buried her mother and caressed her daughter. She called her the abandoned son. He looked at his daughter-in-law and said, "Try to nurse her. You will be blessed forever." On the 20th of the year, I began to talk about marriage. One day, I was getting dressed, accompanied by a maid and a concubine, and said goodbye to my relatives. He said, "I will travel to Taihang." The villagers rushed to see him off, and some of them held their clothes and cried. The girl said, "Looking at my son well is a reward for his kindness. There is no need to be in love with him." After saying this, he drew his sword and scratched the ground and said, "This is the boundary." The mark looked like blood, but the carriage and horse were far away. The empress of the village was relieved of his official post in Dongzha province. The imperial court sent officials to investigate, and Zhuang Fu paid him a respectful visit. But the officials were very arrogant. After looking at their resumes in detail, they were shocked. They asked their parents for their surnames and told them. Suddenly they fell down and worshipped and said, "This is my brother. He came from Daliang, Yunnan, and was born when his parents lived in Bian. His name was Yan, and he was also a young man." Kajia. Every time I heard my parents say, "I have a brother who lives in the Yangtze River," didn't want to meet this. It is said that people have been sent to support him. Because he provided money to mediate on behalf of his brother, he was able to abandon his official position without any further charges. Yan Yi came to take office as soon as he moved to the new official position. No matter what, the envoy came back with only his maidservant. Yin Taigong and Taimu got up early in the morning and traveled to Taihang and did not return for several months. I was shocked and mourned after hearing this, and sent people to visit him 4 times, but there was no news. Zhuang immediately moved to Bian to live together. Yan Xian was widowed, so he abandoned his son and his wife, and they got along very well with each other. To this day, the villagers are impressed by his virtues and build a temple next to King Li's temple to worship him, which is called Shuangxian Temple. Lu's daughter, Jing from Suzhou, was born in Mingquang and was able to write when she was young. Marrying a daughter of the Lu family in Kuaiji, who is also charming and bright, is a good idea for the couple. Zheng Chang said between pillows and mats, "The two of us are very happy with each other. Even if I escape misfortune and you don't remarry, you will die. So do I." He said to him, "We will grow old together for hundreds of years. Why is this so unlucky?" Every 10 years, 2 boys were born, and Jing fell ill. She told her parents again, but Lu bowed her head and wept. Jing died. A few months later, the matchmaker came. Lu's Fei's and Zhou Xian. My uncle scolded me and refused to listen. Only then was he released and transferred all his assets to Suzhou Zingong Chao. On the 7th day after the wedding, Xing Sheng was summoned to take the examination in another county. When walking to Shinsu, Mr. Liu walked late to the hall, and some people were eager to worship in front of the hall. It is said that Jingguanren has books. According to Liu's inspection, the three characters, Shi Liu's family, on the outside are just like the handwriting of her ex-husband. The anxious feet suddenly disappeared. Qi Yan read it, and the words went like this: "We have been married for 10 years, and we have been worshipping each other for a lifetime. We rejoice together morning and evening." Capital and money come together. Suddenly, I have a great illusion that I have been away for a long time. I admire others and give them lightly. I abandon my land and transfer my savings to other households. If you don't care about my 2 sons and don't care about my parents, your righteousness is not enough to be a wife. Kindness is not enough to be a mother. I have appealed to God to do justice to Hades. Mr. Liu sighed with hatred and died in 3 days. Volume 2. Kushoju, also known as Dani, was a girl who worked as a musician in Guangling. On his eldest mother's 80th birthday, the dream girl held a crown and gave her a sprig of red chrysanthemum for longevity. The next morning, the girl came to name her. Tiaoyi lost his parents, his uncle was a scoundrel, and he fell into the hook fence. When he was 6 or 7 years old, he heard people reciting poems and secretly fell in love with them. When he saw scribes, he asked for advice. Once I heard it. When he first met at the age of 10, he made a famous statement, playing with the blue sky under the Qinghuan, 10 years of dusty dreams falling into the west wind. I will not be the privy council of the Han dynasty in this life, but I would like to embrace the Qiuxin Laroe palace. It was recited for a while, and it was said that this was a child with a thin life and a high heart. Probably not a good sign. When he is older, he is beautiful and chivalrous. When he is a rich man or a big businessman, he will entangle his head to flatter him, and he will help the poor at every turn. At the age of 20, he left his country with a large sum of money. Privately, a certain person named A of the offenders said, "My child's teeth are growing day by day, and he is ups and downs in the wind and dust, but there is no end. Over the years, I have accumulated no less than 100,000 gold. Quite self-sufficient. I hope that my beauty will not fade away, and I will choose a person who is talented, beautiful, and has a white head, and I will entrust him with him for the rest of my life. There are so many people in your review, so be careful and look for them. If you take notice, I will not hesitate to thank you." Jia smiled and said, "No, I'll allow Su to take a picture. There is Mr. Tao of Shanin." The young man is handsome and travels around Guangling. The name of the beautiful girl is also beneficial to his assets, so he bribes Jia to seek her marriage. At that time, the daughter was living alone to thank the guests, so Jia went to express her admiration for the young master and praised his family, talent and appearance. The girl is destined to guide the young master to come, and then he can look after him. It's here. As soon as they see each other, they agree with each other. The young master said that his wife had been offering sacrifices to him for many years and died on the same day. Although he lived in the palace for a while, he would take his rightful place as soon as he came to give him a gift. A is in the middle and encourages her. The girl is happy and decides to cut off her arms. After falling in love, the two fell in love. We vow to live and die together. When they were living in Wuha, the young master told his daughter, I will be like a capital minister, and I will pay my salary and ask for an official position. He asked, what official do you want? He said, Wuchengkur. He asked, why don't you ask for an official position? He said, what's your wish? He asked, what are you asking for? He said, 5,000 gold is enough. The girl laughed and said, this is very easy to do. I can do it easily. Why would you want to be a cold eunuch? The young master was delighted. The next day, in order to pay for the rule of Renzu, the daughter paid 5,000 gold to the young master and said, if you want to run the business quickly, leave early and come back early, so that I don't have to wait for a long time. Young Master Wei. Book regularly and cherish it. The young master will not arrive after the due date. A woman asked a certain person A, but her rhetoric was hesitant, and she continued to question him, but he told the truth. It is a lie to bring the young master back to his hometown and go to the capital to ask for an official position. Moreover, his wife is jealous and dare not take concubines. The daughter knew that the young master had made money, but she was not angry. She smiled and said to Jia, when I first saw Ruo's words, I was worried that the young man was young and weak, so I couldn't rely on him forever. It turned out to be true now. After asking the master in detail where he lived, he said, he bought a giant Taiping boat and brought 5 or 6 maids with him. The path is like the shadow of a mountain, and I live in a hut. I look across the sky to the young master, and warn everyone not to let him go. On the birthday of Mr. and Mrs. Fu, the house is full of congratulatory guests, and the daughter is dressed up and ordered to leave. The young master Fong Subin was in the hall and was shocked when he suddenly saw a girl arriving. The guests don't know who they are. Seeing my daughter's radiant face, I was astonished that she was a heavenly being, and I was so awe-inspiring that I didn't dare to look at her. The girl gathered her skirt and said to all the guests, I am Kushoju, a music maker girl from Guangling. I am not a member of the prince's family, but you must also be a relative of your family. I have a little enthusiasm, and I would like to tell you about it. Is that okay? Qian said, I would like to hear it. The woman then prepared to describe the whole story of the young master's earning, and she pointed to the young master and said, I first thought that if you were a noble young master, you would know how to love yourself, so I suddenly entrusted you with me for the rest of my life. I didn't expect that the frivolous son had a dirty mind. But the concubine is selling money. He cleverly sets up a scam and thinks he has a plan, but he doesn't know that the gold he sells is inexhaustible. If his laughter is too small, he will not be able to absorb it. When the young master heard this, sweat poured down his cheeks. He bowed his head in shame and said nothing. All the guests softened their cheeks. He also offered kind words to comfort him, hoping that he would be the mediator so that the young master would thank him and still honor his former alliance. The girl thanked her and said, My lords, please rest. I swear that I will never see these dirty children. I am not afraid of the hard work and those who have come thousands of miles away. I sincerely believe that I can bear my concubine today. In the future, why not betray your king, your relatives, your wife, and your friends? Therefore, I would like to report this person to you, so that you can be careful when dealing with him, and don't be deceived by him. Everyone said that the young master had brought back 5,000 gold coins. The jade should be returned as many as possible. The girl smiled and said, "This is a very small matter. If profit is valued over righteousness, it is not the case for me. Now that I have earned it, it is as if I had my head wrapped around my head and Xiao Bo was doing this for me. What's more, I usually give alms to those who are poor, and I waste more than twice as much. If you love it." It's also possible to give it a try to satisfy your desires. Concubine is gone. Then he said goodbye to the crowd and boarded the boat calmly. The young master's face was ashen. Everyone sighed at each other, but they were just mocking the young master for his bad luck. The girl whirled around Guangling, suddenly changed her plan and said, "Don't make another mistake once. Now I must find a middle-aged famous person who is in the official position, and he must continue to marry." Zhou Guangwen, a professor at Huayan Prefecture, was widowed in his 50s and sent a matchmaker to ask for a stepmother. His daughter Su'er Zhou was a well-known scholar and happily accepted her. After getting married, the piano are very strong. As he got older, he gave birth to a son, and Zhou Yi loved him. There are 2 sons in the front room. He said to his daughter, "A cold official has many children, but he is worried that he will not have the resources to care for him when he is old." The woman said, "What can I do?" Zhou said, "I sent Lao Gu to be good at hunting and barbarian skills, but he has no resources to care for me. I heard that you have a lot of personal savings. If you pretend to be the mother of my son, you will not be able to earn a few $100s. The girl said, "We are a husband and wife, but we don't talk about it early. The concubine's things are the king's things, but they are squandered." "Why?" Then he poured out all his savings of 100,000 gold from the box and paid it. Zhou got the gold. Dismissal from office. In less than 3 years, he got a son's money of 200,000 yuan. That's all. A banquet was held, and Yen Nu took her seat. She held a bowl of rice and offered it to her, saying, "Thanks to your mother's fortune, your descendants will not have to worry about being cold or discouraged. It's all a gift from you, even though you were born in a poor family." Those who don't know anything, the servants are careless and crazy, and they are not compatible and are hired as their successors. Even if the servant voluntarily agrees, how can it be true in the world and in future generations? The woman said, "I have given birth to a son from you, and I have already set up the bed. Why do you suddenly say this? How could it be that the oath made by Shendan in the past was not your intention?" Zhou said, "It's a good thing. I heard that you have a lot of money. Don't tell me. I can use it to make money and wash away the shabbiness. Fortunately, as I wished, your mother's gold will still return to Zhao, and I will give you a tithe. Rest. I have a purpose to protect myself from the winter." Ching is nearly middle-aged and lives alone as a widower, surviving on 2 legs. From now on, I will always be at odds with you. The girl said, It's a decision, it's a decision. How are you going to take care of the chicks that I gave birth to? Zhou said, If it is difficult for you to part with your love, you will have to take away all the young ones. The woman said, No. He took his son and gold with him that day. Still spinning around Guangling. Use doves, craftsmen, and materials to manage the house. Buy fertile land and produce, and select senior officials to manage it. Every year he becomes a cashier and works as an accountant, becoming richer and richer by the day. He does not hesitate to pay generous salaries to tutor famous teachers. When the son was 14 years old, he died. The female sex is heavy. When he was about to be hanged with his son, Zhou's 2 sons refused him, were not allowed to enter, and returned in mourning. It may be said that the poem written when the girl was 10 years old eventually became a prophecy. The so-called person with a high heart and a poor life is wrong, feeling depressed and unhappy. After turning 40, he changed his name to Shouju Old Man. However, although he is middle-aged, he looks like a 20-year-old man. Kai Feng's son Xiaocai from Xinjiang is one of the most outstanding talents. He is good at chanting and is a handsome young man in skirts and clogs. I live in my hometown. I occasionally go to the city to visit my relatives, but it rains on my way home. Wet all over. Seeing a thatched cottage beside the road, I knocked on the door and an old man came out and extended it to the thatched cottage. He lit a fire to burn his clothes and left some wine and food. There were no servants in the house, only a maidservant came and went to provide supplies. Wang also worked hard. Sun was not at ease, so he stood up and sat down, saying that the old man had a surname of Yong. People from Zhongzhou live here. She was widowed at the age of 70, except for one daughter, Kai Feng, who was 16. When you talk about yourself, you also turn to knock on Sun, and Sun is right. The old man said, looking at your appearance, you will definitely not be inferior to others for a long time. Fortunately, the virgin girl is not bad, and she is willing to marry me. Sun Ci has been hired, but the old man insists that there is nothing wrong, saying, I have been waiting for my servant to run out of time. I have wanted to give up visiting the family for a long time, and I have only tired people with my weak breath. Now I can serve a gentleman, and my wish is over. Sun said, I am grateful for your kindness. How dare you insist on it? But I have a loving mother, and she is still beautiful. The old man said, This should be true. While Fang Zhan was talking, it was already dark, so the old man stayed for a while. He was led to a small room in the thatched cottage. There were several painted bamboo beds in a beautiful position. There were rich books on the shelves, and a plain harp hung on the wall. The old man stayed with him in the evening, drinking tea and talking about dramas. I saw a little maid arriving holding a quilt. The old man asked him to arrange it, so he left. Sun Si thought about the engagement and couldn't sleep. I heard the sound of the piano playing behind the room. The tone was clear, and I was thinking about it. Listen carefully, It is the second chapter of Guanju. Sun touched what he liked, put on his clothes and got up, and also took the harp from the wall. The drum, Phoenix Seeking Phoenix, is played, and it is included in a section of Bodhisattva Man. The poem says, "There is an unprovoked rain, and God is trying hard to keep people here. After the rain, the moon shines, and the secluded people are particularly bright. The rhyme of the wall piano expresses my worries in detail. Tossing and sleeping, I know his jade fingers are cold. At dawn, the old man went out to say goodbye. He went home and told his mother what had happened. The mother was worried about things and was afraid of losing her baby. She did not teach her well and refused to give her permission. Her grandson loved her daughter and forced her to teach her. It was against her heart. Forced and unable to do anything. After a long time, Sui Bo was still in limbo, and after more than a month, he was dying. Sun Gu had 2 rice bowls. His mother saw that they were barren and inquired about them. He said, "Mother, why do you keep the turban precept? If you kill my son, who will we rely on in the future?" Then his father went to Tangwang to arrange a match for Juanji, and they married Yen. He originally engaged Yang, who was a daughter of Gu's family, and was also good at calligraphy. Sun Duan's hometown is full of ambitions. Then, the mother urged her grandson to go to the capital to take the exam. Kai said, "There may be something unexpected on the way, so I will go with you." Sun Lu's mother refused, and Kai said, "You don't have to do it, I have my own plan." Early in the morning, he went to his mother and said, "My husband has entered the capital, and my son wants to return temporarily, so he can pay attention to his father." His mother agreed. Kai asked Sun to go ahead and treat each other with adversity, and promised to come at 3 o'clock. Ask. How can one come here late at night? Kai said, "I tell you the truth, I am a fox fairy. Because I have a long-standing relationship with my son, I follow each other. We rode together in the car during the day and sat on the pillow at night. Only the grandson saw him, but no one else saw him." When they arrived at Yiping, Wang Luan changed. The thieves want to massacre the city. Sun Zhang was panic-stricken, and Kai waved his hand to make no sound. He took out paper from his arms and cut out people and horses without any plan. The great talent pointed and threw it into the air, and saw the roar of the magic soldiers coming. The thieves suspected that the officers and soldiers were prepared, so they fled away in horror. Sunda is fine. Will arrive in Beijing. After bidding farewell to his grandson, he returned first, unable to stay, and produced 3 arts and 1 poem. Make Sun familiar with it. Said, "As soon as you leave the palace, you will return. Now the science will be successful. If you are only filial and honest, you will not be able to enter the palace tomorrow."